believe we are live.
Yep.
Hello, everybody.
Hey guys.
Hey guys. So, I guess just to start this off, I want to first right away say thank you to Adam the Illusion for just being down to talk with me. I know that he is a very, very busy guy. He has a lot on his plate with his jobs and then his website and his just all his content. And so for him to be down to join my channel to have a conversation is like to make time to do that is a huge deal for me. So maybe we could just give a little first of all, I mean we actually have met before, so it's really cool. And I think for right now I just want to, if there's anybody that's subscribed to me that isn't aware of Adam, I would like to give him a little bit of time to just give whatever kind of brief introduction you want, anything you say about your work and what you do.
First of all, thank you for this. I think you have one of the most gifted minds I've ever come across. And underrated. I've told you that before, like unbelievable mind, underrated. So I hope that this helps you grow your channel, which you deserve. So for me, 2020 was when I came across numerology and geometry and symbolism, and I began to study it pretty much after the death of Kobe Bryant, because I used to live in Los Angeles, where you live. And I used to go watch him quite often at the Staples Center. And when he died, whether he died or not, but when they announced his death, it really hit me hard. And I was thinking to myself, I had a moment where I was like, I never grew up watching basketball. I didn't know who Kobe was. Why has this hit me so hard? And then I began writing a book during lockdown, during coronavirus, called The Illusion. It was originally only about psychology and the human mind. And then I went down the rabbit hole and started studying everything imaginable. And that's where I came across geometry and numerology and symbolism. Came across Zach Hubbard, as you know. Most of us have come across him at some point in 2020. He blew my mind for a few months. And then I was like, I think I can do this, and I think I can do it better. That was my mindset. I always remember it. And I started coding sports, and I kept hitting them in every sport. I was like, wow, I never watched the NFL. I didn't watch the NHL, didn't watch many sports in the US, but I was able to predict who was going to win through this code. And then I was able to set up a Patreon, which was successful. It got taken down right after I coded the Golden State Warriors to win the NBA Finals. It got taken down, $3,000 stolen from me. And it was the day after I found the book, The Practical Study of Revelation, which is the final book of the Bible. Then I thought, okay, I'm done. This was fun. I'll still do YouTube. And then a guy from Colorado offered to set up a website for me, my own website, so no third parties, and so grateful. So I have that, and that's doing really well. Got a great community, and just every day I just study these numbers and interact with like-minded people who have a gift for seeing them, because not many people can see them. When I watch these NBA games, I am gobsmacked that every single fan in the audience is not aware of the black magic of the 18-point comebacks in the fourth quarter, things like that. And it just makes me realize that there is this spiritual war going on, and people don't want to know the truth. So I'm hoping at the end of this stream, people will go, wow, these numbers, these connects, these rituals, you can't deny them. So I just like to expose the darkness, brother. And I think we can do that with this information, which I believe God has given us. I never went to school to study this. No, I wasn't in a secret society. Nobody really actively introduced me to it. It's like we all have our unique stories about how we came across the code. And I think it's on us to really use that knowledge to help people, not just win money, to really help them see through the illusion of society, because this world's not what we thought it was, which is pretty wild. So today we're going to talk about the NBA, Space Jam, Michael Jordan, LeBron, and we'll cover other things as well, because all these top athletes and superstars, they are all connected by the same code. It doesn't matter if it's musicians, politicians, athletes, they're all connected. And that's what really blows my mind more than anything. So yeah, I'm ready to talk about whatever you want to talk about and just go with the flow. Cheers for that.
Yeah, so first of all, I wanted to double check. Can you hear the like a leaf blower in my background? Like, is it distracting or?
No, I can't hear anything, brother.
Okay. Yeah, because there's one like right outside my window, so I just wanted to make sure. But
no, I can hear you clearly though. I can't hear the background noise. So yeah, I want to appreciate everybody in the chat as well who are listening to this. I know that Decoding with Kodi is there. Hopefully everybody can subscribe to his channel. He's wicked. He might even join us in this stream. He's got a gifted mind. I'm sure Joseph's going to be watching, so people can subscribe to his channel as well. So I'll start off with a little bit of Kobe, and then we'll just go with it. I think it's nice to have a starting point, and then we can just flow. So Kobe Bryant, for me, he was in all of my codes at the beginning. He still is, pretty much, but he was actively the number one aspect of my codes for the first year and a half. And I knew he connected to 666, but I never knew that 666 was the number of the beast in Revelation 13:18. I didn't know that. I was just like, what is these 666s with this Kobe Bryant? Why him? 666, what is it? So I know that from my coding that his highest scoring game, as you know, was his 666 game, which was against Toronto. So you get that, you go, okay, that might not mean anything. Do you know what I mean? Okay, that's just one. I understand why people go, okay, that's not enough. But then I was like, let me go deeper with him. So he made his NBA debut at age 18, which is 6 + 6 + 6. And we know he had a 666 training regime, which was just quite incredible that they put that in your face. He had a 666 training regime. But the biggest thing that I found was he died at 497 months and 3 days old. And 4,973 is the 666 prime number. That's when I was like, these are not coincidences, and this is not man. When I came to the conclusion that it's not man, it changed my life with the code. Because when you're watching Zach Hubbard and a few other people, it's the Jesuits, it's the Society of Jesus, it's the Masons, and you're like, whoa, like they have a lot of influence. But the better you get at it, you start to realize they can't be coding everything, because the code was playing out in my life, and I'm sure it has in yours, where you see the organic code, where it's like, man didn't code my afternoon in Mexico today. This is just a divine code. Now, you've got Michael Jordan and LeBron who starred in Space Jam, and ultimately Space Jam is about demonic possession, isn't it? If you watch the original Space Jam with Michael Jordan, those demons possess the NBA athletes. But the NBA athletes were not necessarily aware that they were under possession. And we know that basketball is a game of possession, isn't it? So I don't know if you know this. So Steph Curry, we know all about Steph Curry and LeBron, yeah? They were in all those NBA finals together, the Warriors against the Cavs. And they were born in the same hospital, correct? In Akron, which is quite startling, isn't it? Two of the greatest NBA players of all time were born in the same hospital, and they were continually meeting in the NBA finals. Now, Steph Curry stayed on 666 wins, 666 days after Space Jam 2 was released. And number 6, LeBron, came into that game 6 with 666 points in game 6s.
Wow.
We know that LeBron starred in Space Jam 2. And again, another movie just about demonic possession. And Steph Curry and the Warriors, they won the 2022 NBA Finals against Boston Celtics on the 167th day of the year. And Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, their coach, and Klay Thompson, they became 4-2 in NBA Finals after beating the Boston Celtics 4-2. And the Lakers recently, last season, they knocked out the Warriors 4-2 to make the Western Conference Finals, where we know they lost to Denver 4-1. And the Nuggets went on to win those NBA Finals 4-1 against Miami Heat. And did you know Jokic was the 41st draft pick, and he was drafted on the anniversary of Kobe and LeBron being drafted? And
I knew about the sorry, I knew about the 41, but I don't know if I thought that it was the anniversary of them being drafted too. So that was 26-6, right?
26-6. We know Francis the 266 Pope. But did you know Denver won the 2023 NBA Finals on the 41st president's birthday? George Bush Sr. on his 99th birthday, and they won it 4-1, and the MVP was the 41st pick. And Jokic started to dominate the NBA after Kobe died. And how old was Kobe when he died?
41.
It was 41. And the Warriors, they won the NBA Finals in 2022 on 616, which is the alternate number of the beast. And Kobe Bryant was 6-16 versus LeBron in his career. And did you see yesterday what happened with the NBA player dying?
No. Oh, well, wait, the older one, right? Like was it
Bill Walton?
Yeah, Bill Walton, yeah.
Now, you know, I lived in Manhattan Beach. Like we hung out that one time. I lived in Manhattan Beach. He lived in Manhattan Beach. I hung out with his son a few times, Luke Walton. He was an unbelievable volleyball player. You know, six-man that they play? The six-man volleyball?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would play because he was an unbelievable athlete. And he died yesterday, right? On May the 27th. He died 666 days after Bill Russell.
I heard about that one.
Now, Bill Russell, he has the cell at the end of his name, doesn't it? Where you can't buy or sell without the number of the beast. And it's interesting that they're both called Bill, which is another name for a dollar. So them dying, I think, is honestly, we're going to soon see the collapse of the dollar. And yesterday, Boston Celtics, they knocked out the Pacers 4-0, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
4-0. And that was all coded. Like the last play of the game, number 4 got the rebound, and the winning shot was by number 0, White, like 40, like 4-0. And you just can't make this stuff up. And 666 days after Bill Russell died, and on the death of Bill Walton, who played for Boston Celtics, who was born in Los Angeles, the Celtics swept the Pacers 61 months and 6 days after they last swept them in a series, 6-1-6. So you see all of this, and the numbers are all biblical. And you got King James, who's the all-time leading point scorer in the history of the NBA. That's mockery. We know Jesus Christ is the King of Kings. We know Kobe had a crown tattoo. But you know the 38s with LeBron when he broke the record?
Yeah, but I mean, you can break it down better than...
Right, I could go really deep, but the simple thing is that at age 38, he scored 38 points on the 38th day of the year against Oklahoma City Thunder to become the all-time leading point scorer in NBA history. And he did that exactly 24 months after Brady won his last Super Bowl. And 24 has a direct relationship with 38 because 3 times 8 is 24. And the 38s is because of Ezekiel 38, which is about the last great battle, referred to the great battle of Armageddon, which precedes the second coming of Jesus Christ. So that's why King James had to be 38 and score 38 points on the 38th day of the year to become the all-time leading point scorer in the NBA. Now, I wouldn't have known that a few years ago because I'd never read the Bible. I didn't know Ezekiel and he was a prophet and about the last great war preceding the second coming of Christ. I didn't know that. But as you go on, one of the beautiful things about this journey is coming across people like you, Kodi, Joseph, all the people on my website. It would never have happened without this code. So I'm forever grateful to this code. Now, sometimes this knowledge can become too much and it can cast you out of society if you push it too much on people. So that's why I'm really grateful for people like you, because next to nobody can see this. everything's a coincidence for the majority of the world, and I no longer believe in them. So I find it crazy as well. I'll let you talk soon. Sorry, Sean. One of my biggest weaknesses doing this is I don't stop, and it almost seems like I'm trying to get all the attention. I just can't stop talking. So you cut me off at any point, please, because I won't do it myself. So when Kobe and Gianna died, shocked the whole world, didn't it? We don't need to get into if they died or not, because we'll never know. I've started to come to terms with, there's a lot of things I'll never know. So let's just go off what they've told us, okay? Which we can sit down and speak to the regular person about. So he died on 126, and the beast of Revelation reigns for 1,260 prophetic days. Now, the Roman Empire reigned for 1,260 years, and Kobe died as he was leaving Catholic Church. We know Catholicism's based in Rome. Pope Francis, that 266 Pope, and Kobe, LeBron drafted 26-6. 26 plus 6, by the way, is 32. And Kobe's jersey numbers combined to 32, the 8 and the 24. So Kobe dies with his daughter, shocks the world. And then the same year, LeBron James and the Lakers won the NBA Finals. And they won it 4-2 in the 42nd year of Kobe's life. And they won it on National Father-Daughter Day. And that, for me, is something that makes me go, wow. It's like when Michael Jordan won the NBA Finals on Father's Day, shortly after his father died. These things are not coincidences, they're rituals. And the Lakers beat the Heat. And for me, that's the lake of fire. Okay, the Lakers beat the Heat, and 4-2, and the beast of Revelation reigns for 42 months. And they won it with 81 days left in the year. And Kobe's highest scoring game was 81 points, which was in his 666th game. Because that actual NBA Finals finished on October the 11th, because it was the year of COVID, conveniently. That's why it was able to finish so late. Usually, we have the NBA Finals finish in June, don't we? They're usually done by June. The first ever NBA game was actually played on 6/6, June the 6th, the year that Donald Trump was born in 1946. And what I find crazy is who's the GOAT? It's Jordan, yeah?
Yeah.
And his name's Michael Jordan, and you've got Archangel Michael, and Jesus Christ was baptized in the River Jordan. And he had the Nike Air, didn't he? And Satan's the prince of the air. And MJ would often dunk and stick out his tongue, which we know as the all-mocking devil tongue. And a lot of them do it, don't they? It's not just in basketball. A lot of them are sticking that tongue out, or they justify hitting a three-point shot and throwing up the 666. Something that made me giggle. I was watching an NBA game a few years ago with a friend, and I told him this about the 666. And he's like, no, it's the three-pointer. I'm like, okay. And I went, I bet you at some point during this game, somebody hits a dunk and they throw up the 666. And they did. I was so happy. So a guy put down a dunk, like unbelievable dunk. You know these guys, they're insanely athletic. Like, there's no denying that. Whether they're demonically possessed or there's black magic, these guys are athletes. My next door neighbor was Blake Griffin, and he was actually a monster and a nice guy, a really nice guy. So I do believe there's an element on the court where they are possessed, and I think the majority don't know it. I think LeBron knows it, the chosen one. He did all the black magic when he was at Miami Heat before his pre-match game, pre-match ritual that he did. It was blatantly black magic. But yeah, when the guy did a dunk and did the 666, I said, as far as I'm aware, brother, a dunk is 2 points. It's not 3. So why did he do the 666? I'll give you that, Adam. I'll give you that. It don't make sense. So at least he was man enough to say, yeah, that isn't a 3-point play. And maybe if he got the dunk and got fouled and he can go and get that free throw for the 3-point play, yeah, okay. But he didn't get fouled. There were nobody near him. So what are your thoughts, brother, on these sports? Like, do you think it's just Vegas? Do you think it's magic? Do you think it's Satan? Do you think it's just unbelievable athletes playing out professional sports at the highest level? What do you think about it all? I know I'm more into sports than you, but let me know, bro. I'm interested.
Yeah, man. I think my perception has really changed over time. Like, not like completely gone from one side to the other, but it's become a lot more like abstract over time, like in an intelligent way, I guess, just based on what I've come to learn and find out on my own, and my own personal experiences too. Because I thought in the beginning, I saw basically the way that like Zach would portray it, like, oh, like there's a group of people in black robes in a room with a supercomputer typing out this whole thing, and every single move is calculated. Like they rehearse every step, every shot, and that's why things land like sometimes, because it's not even just the outcomes of the games that line up with things, but it's even like certain shots, you know, certain points in the game, like even how it ends. What's up?
Like timeouts.
Even like a 3-point shot at a certain time on the clock. Like a good example would be well, I mean, this one technically could have been easily rehearsed, but like when Kobe, his final his final shot being over number 41, and then of the Utah Jazz, and then of his career, his final shot of his career, and then he left the court for the final time with 4.1 seconds left in the game. Things like, I mean, that easily could, you know, be rehearsed, but then there's things also
and
like
also,
that.
And also he scored 60 points in that game, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And the Lakers scored 101, so the rest of the team scored 41 points.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
They finished one.
But I always forget that one, yeah.
So yeah, like with the Kobe 60-pointer, we know we've got the 60th quadrennial election coming up. Mm-hmm. Kobe died whilst Trump was the president, yeah? 2020. He played 20 seasons in the NBA. 20,000 people attended his memorial. And the fact that Kobe died the day that the Grammys was hosting, the Staples Center was hosting the Grammys, that is just outrageous. Like, what are the chances of one of the all-time leading point scorers for the Lakers, one of their icons, dies the same day that the Staples Center was hosting the Grammys? And they hear about it whilst Alicia Keys is hosting it. Her name's 41, by the way. And the pilot, his initials were AZ. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 126.
It's 126, which is absolutely remarkable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like the NHL, right? Mm-hmm. When I started realizing they can't do this, was little details like this. You know, the NHL, the goals are really small. The goalkeeper's pretty much filling out the goal. And when I would see players hit the inside of the post in NHL, I was like, they've not rehearsed that. I had a little thing thinking they could rehearse it, but then I started realizing how many timeouts, how many plays are there, how many possession changes. Think of the possession changes in basketball, all right? And even hockey, it's constant, isn't it? So to rehearse every single play is impossible. NFL's a bit more, okay, I can see it. I can somehow see how they can put together a game. And they don't need every player to know either. With the referees and the flags, you need the quarterbacks, you need the wide receivers. All right, you don't need all of them to know. But when it comes to something that's complete transition, like the NHL, you ain't planning every pass, possession. You can't. And then I was like, oh my word. And then because my codes was getting to such a high level without blowing my own trumpet, I was like, all my numbers just played out again and again. The exact numbers I put out in my pre-code just happened. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way this is, man. So keep going with what you were saying. Sorry, you were talking about Kobe and how you thought it was man, and then you realized it can't just be man. What was it when you came across like the Bible and saw the verses and you're unbelievable? Can you break down one of your codes about the earthquake? It's one of the best I've ever heard in my life. So you talk a lot about natural disasters, earthquakes. You're way better than me when it comes to that. When I watched that and heard you, I was like, this is divine. This is divine. So give us one of your codes about an earthquake and where it even came from. Like, how did you even come across the information?
Well, I initially came across the information from, you may have seen him in the comments. His channel, his name's 7711, or I think he just goes by 71.
Okay,
and
no, I'm not sure, but I'll check him out.
Yeah, he's I don't know if he's still watching, but he was in the comments. But he has for years, and I wasn't watching his channel when he just started. I stumbled upon it when I started getting into the numbers. Probably, I think I really got into the numbers in early 2021.
Oh wow!
And it was because of like Kobe's death. That was the thing that really taught me. That convinced me that there, this gematria stuff. Like I was really skeptical about gematria at first, but that convinced me. And when I say gematria, I mean like everything that kind of, not just specifically gematria, because you probably know, like I'm not even one of the bigger gematria users, and neither are you. Like I feel like the way that we coded,
maybe 5% of my code. Like for example, like this next find, just quick one, has nothing to do with gematria, but you can bring in gematria. So Kobe Bryant equals 41. He died at age 41. My thing with gematria is there's 36 ciphers, and I think you really can find whatever you want. But for example, and I'm not dismissing it, I think it definitely has value. I'm not dismissing it, but I don't think you can code our reality by just the gematrinator. Now, did you know that there's a place in Japan called Kobe?
Yeah, we can get into that too.
And did you know that the city status was 4-1, 1889?
Mm-hmm.
41. And 1889 is when Hitler was born.
Mm-hmm.
So Kobe and all these stars also connect to war. So, for example, seeing that Kobe in Japan, and Kobe was huge in Japan. I don't know if you know, Kobe Bryant was so famous in Japan, and so was Michael Jordan. So things like that, it's like that doesn't need gematria by seeing the city status of Kobe. And then I know Andres Iniesta, one of the greatest footballers of all time. He played for Barcelona. Kobe supported them, and he wore number 8, which is Kobe began his career wearing number 8. And Iniesta, he went out to Japan to play for Vital Kobe. And there's photos of them from years ago, Iniesta and Kobe together on a training ground. And it's like, you start going, is this destiny? Or you're like, they must know. Iniesta and Kobe must know. And then my mindset is, if they did know, I think they would all have nervous breakdowns. So then I'm like, are they fallen angels? A third of the angels were cast out of heaven to earth, a third of them. So, which means 66.6% stayed in heaven, which is interesting, isn't it? Have you ever heard my Tom Brady numbers with the 333? That for him to have the career that he had has to be supernatural. He also said his wife's a witch, ex-wife, by the way, Giselle. And Brady retired with 333 days left in the year, which I called this 18 months before his retirement date, which I find wild. But he retired the first day of Black History Month, which was kind of mockery, having this iconic white athlete all over the media on the first day of Black History Month. He retired with 333 days left in the year. He made 333 regular season starts as a player. He made $333 million throughout his NFL career. And he won his last Super Bowl on 2/7, February the 7th. 3 times 3 times 3 is 27. And 33.3% of the angels were cast out of heaven. And you see all of that and you just go, wow. And Mahomes just won the Super Bowl. He threw for 333 yards and he won the Super Bowl with 3 seconds left. And the Chiefs had 3 points at halftime. And Brady won his last Super Bowl against the Chiefs, where Mahomes couldn't throw a touchdown. They finished on 9 points, did the Chiefs. 3-3-3. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
For me, that's crazy. It blows my mind, brother. So keep going about your earthquake, bro. How you got there?
Okay, so the first thing, I guess it's the perfect way to segue into this because this actually has to do with a lot of things that I've found about Kobe's connection to it's Revelation 6:12, which is about the great earthquake. And
do you want to read that verse out?
Yeah. Are you actually cool with me? I'll share my screen real quick just so we can.
Absolutely. It's your screen, brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
the
then
6-12, by the way, is 6-12 is when the Denver Nuggets won the NBA Finals 4-1 as well.
Yeah. Let me share this real quick.
Go for it, bro. And God bless everybody in the chat. At some point, Sean, can we just go to the chat and see what they're saying and read out the comments or answer questions? Not right now, but just to know that we are acknowledging their insights.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, because I know there's so many amazing decoders, like
getting
in the community.
Yeah, I love it.
So I think there's a lot of gold that we
being left on the table.
We didn't get a chance to look at yet, but I know it's there, so we'll get into that.
Yeah.
So so we have a Revelation 6:12, and it says, when and I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake. So this has a lot. This is like the cornerstone of this verse right here. This great earthquake, and it's followed by these eclipses. But when you look at the number 6:12, I noticed it with Kobe because when you and this is another reason why I'm like, it has to be like, well, it can't be, man, like, because there's so many layers to, you had already mentioned that. You mentioned this part with, so he was 497 months and 3 days, and like that's the 666 prime 497.
Yeah, that was crazy find, yeah.
And then on top of that, like with the end date, he's 41 years and 157 days. And I mean, that's crazy just because that's Kobe Bryant equals 41 and 157.
Yeah,
so just that by itself.
That's pretty wild, isn't it?
Yeah. And then when you look at these two numbers here, 41 is the 13th prime, and 157
was 13 when she died with him.
And then 157 is the 37th prime.
Yeah.
But then, so 13 is the 6th prime, and 37 is the 12th prime.
Yeah, it brings you to that verse. Incredible.
Yeah. And then when you look at how old he was, well, first of all, 612, the 612th prime number is 4,513. Okay. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And when you go from his final game, actually, okay, let me go from here first. So from his birth to his final game, which was April 13th, 2016.
Yeah.
So he was 451 months and 3 weeks, like 4,513, right?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
So there's already two connections there.
That's major. Yeah.
Wow. With his name and the amount of years and days he was when he died. With that's the 612 prime number. Just to show it again. Right? Yeah, and then when you go from his last game to his death, 45 months and 13 days.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
No, sorry.
So I was like, there's even more. Like, I knew that there was even more. Like, there's so much more. Like, I know there's so much more that I still haven't even learned, you know, because I'm still learning new stuff about it every day. But it's like, it's even beyond, I guess it's beyond that, like, because to me, I can't prove, or like, I don't know how to feel if this is like satanic or not satanic. Like, this just seems like more biblically neutral, because it's just like, it's just showing to me that it just shows to me that like the Bible is so alive based on like how connected he is to it. That's just how that's just how I perceive it, you know?
I see it like this. Satan knows the word of God better than all of us. He tried to tempt Jesus for 40 days and 40 nights, which will be crazy if Dallas beat the Wolves today and they win the series 4-0, just like Boston did. You got the 40-40. All right. Remember, Tom Brady came out of his initial retirement 40 days after, which was mocking Jesus. So how I see it, Sean, hopefully this gives you a bit of clarity. And again, I love that we don't know. That's the beauty of it. We're not supposed to know everything. So Satan knows the word of God better than all of us. He knows the power of the word of God and the Bible. That's why he's leading us away from it. And for example, he knows that idolatry is frowned upon by God. So what does he do? He builds statues for people like Kodi and has us worship these false stars. And God coded everything. Everything within this world, every single thing has a numerical code, which we should be taught that at school. We should know how divine numbers are, but Satan doesn't want us to know how divine they are. So he knows that God's created the universe by numbers, pretty much everything, even your DNA is coded. So he, through his knowledge, because you got to remember, he was Lucifer, the highest ranking angel. He was below God. There was nobody higher than Lucifer but God, and he wanted to be like the Most High, didn't he? Which is why he got cast out for his pride. And I believe this code, honestly, gematria, numerology, and the symbolism, it's all of that is originally God's. But then there's a counterfeit. And I believe all professional sports are being run by the devil, not by God. I don't think God's interested in who wins the NBA finals or a Super Bowl and the idolatry behind it and the gambling behind it and all of that and the satanic symbolism. So sports are not satanic, professional sports are, and it doesn't mean every pro star is a Satanist, because I think Satan does know our numbers. He might know that this guy has these numbers, he's going to be the face of this league, and he may have that ability. We can't comprehend the mind of the devil either, the brother. We can't. Like, the supernatural is very hard for us to comprehend. So I do believe the stuff we're seeing, like we hear about ritual sacrifices and death by the numbers. We know that's not how God operates. Do you know what I mean? Satan's a deceiver. He's a liar, like a thief. So that's how I see it. I think the finds that you made there are unbelievable. I think it's the work of the devil, not man and not God, when it comes to these finds that we make. The 666s with Kodi, I don't know for a fact that Kodi sold his soul to the devil and he knew he was going to die with his daughter. We don't know any of that, but that's how I see it, bro. That this gematria code, people might say, so you're saying it's satanic, so you're a Satanist? No, I'm using this code to expose Satan and deception. It's very different. I'm not glorifying it. What we're doing here is exposing the NBA, the code. But it still doesn't mean it's not divine and supernatural. It clearly is. So that's just my insights on it.
Yeah, no, that's a really, I mean, like, I'm having a weird, sorry for coughing so much.
No worries.
But no, yeah, that is a really amazing insight. And it was like something that you had said earlier, or like maybe like a few sentences back, which I really resonate with a lot. And it's, you know, something that I was talking to recently with another person in the chat. His name's Casey Jones, and you actually were on one of the roundtables while he was there.
Yeah, Casey Jones is brilliant. Yeah, I know Casey. I don't know him, but he's brilliant with astrology. Yeah, from what I remember.
He's definitely, like, I feel like he's been taking me under his wing since like February of this year, or maybe like March. But yeah, like we were just talking recently, and he's like, because we also talk about synchronicities, and I don't know how you feel about synchronicities or about looking into like how all this stuff connects with you.
Oh yeah, I believe I've experienced them. Every other day I experience them. It's quite remarkable, and they don't freak me out. They actually make me smile. At the beginning, they freaked me out. There were one time, the one that really strikes a chord with me. I was walking the streets about 40 minutes away from my house with my friend from Dallas, and he was asking me questions about the code, and he was asking me about professional football because his son wanted to be a pro footballer. He's like, do you think he has any chance if it's just the code? Does he have to get involved in black magic and join a society? I was like, I don't know any of that. But he said, your code today about Jurgen Klopp, just it resonated with me. I was like, this is incredible. I was like, yeah, the one about 616, the alternative of the beast. And he was like, yeah, that one. I went, wait, stop. And I screamed. I remember people turning around. I went, stop, look over there. And he went, what is it? Calm down. I went, look at the house number. It's 616. There, look. And since then, I have those things like almost every day. But I remember that one where I just lost my mind, because the chances of that house being 616 as I'm talking about it, and he brought it up, and like organically, he won't even look in that direction. Yeah, we live in a coded reality. There'll be an organic element to the code, and then there'll be an element that's been infiltrated, which is what the devil does. He blurs lines. Remember that song, Blurred Lines? He blurs lines. That's why we don't truly know what to believe. So we often believe what we want to believe. That's just the reality of it, that the comfortable lie more often than not. So it's easier to believe that this is all a coincidence, that we live in a numerically coded reality that we never knew about. It's easier to just dismiss it. So yeah, absolutely, bro. There's elements, which is what I said at the beginning of the stream. Man's not coding my life. And I have organic connects every single day. Often with the time as well. You probably have them with the time. When you check the time, it's like, oh my word, it's 9/11. And constantly, and you're not even aware of what time it was prior to touching your phone. So yeah, mate, absolutely, I agree.
Yeah. I brought that up to, I guess, just to finish off that last thought with that stuff with Kobe and the earthquake. So I guess I'll share my screen again real quick.
And that's 6 plus 12 is 18, which is when he made his NBA debut, just like LeBron. Right. We were both 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6.
Yeah, and so we're looking at this number, right? So this is a 612 prime, 4513.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, this is something I do a lot. Like I had converted this into this date here, but well, I'll show you in a second, and then just keep this in mind. So this is my birth. So my birth was October 7, 91.
Wait, so Israel was attacked by Hamas on your birthday?
Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah, but I don't know what made me like want to check this, but it was just one of those things where it was kind of like, it was just like, it wasn't coming from me. It was like something was.
Yeah, there's something divinely guiding you. I say that about my work all the time. It's not, you can't give yourself credit at this point when you get to a certain level. So, see how his last game was on 4-13, and 4 times 13 is 52, and he won 5 NBA finals and lost 2.
Say that one more time.
So his last ever game was on 4-13. All right. 4 times 13 is 52, and he retired with 5 NBA Finals wins and 2 losses, like 52.
Yeah, things like that. It's just like when I don't know how everything just lines up so perfectly like that, but
It's just crazy.
yeah. So I mean, this was the thing that this is when things just my mind just totally changed about
The code.
or it just expanded in terms of what the possibilities could be. It just made me realize like how big this all is, because I was already looking at those things I shared with you about Kobe and Revelation 6:12 and the 4:5:13 and you've known how long for years I've been interested in earthquakes, because
I know,
I
yeah.
would and the first time we did a stream together, it was on your channel, and that was what it was about, Revelation 6:12.
Specifically about your code with the earthquakes, yeah.
Yeah. So then, and what I'm about to show you right now, I didn't even know this at the time.
Perfect.
So what would be the odds of me just being led for all this to line up? But so from 4/5/13 to Kobe's death, it like perfectly matches my date of birth in weeks.
Oh my word.
So I'm like, that's
that is divinely guided. Yeah, crazy.
And that's what makes me. That's what made me just wonder, like how, like there's. I don't know how many other things are. I want to know how many other things are like that strongly connected, or if like I don't know why that would happen. Like I don't know why I would be like something was put into my heart to be really interested in Revelation 6:12. Because another thing that's weird about that is that's a very niche like subject, even in the truther community. Like there's not a lot of people who are really talking about earthquakes like as a main focal point,
No,
and
very, very few.
And I don't know, and I don't know what it was that made me really interested in that, because I at first I was really just like looking at sports and doing all that, but then it just came to a point where something about that channel 7-1 and his earthquake work, something about that was just really like it was captivating my mind like more than anything else. So I just that's what led me to that, and then I started finding all the connections with that and Kobe, and then I found this. So I was just like, it was all. I mean, that to me that was God. To me that was God. That was like,
to even type in that date, like April the 5th, 1813, which is a reflection of 1318, which is Revelation 13:18 about 666, the number of the beast. That reflection. Yeah. Satan does things in reverse, by the way. He does flips everything. He infiltrates everything. Craziest thing for me, my own personal sync, was I turned 38. I told you about Ezekiel 38, all the 38s with LeBron and Brady. I turned 38 years old exactly 911 months after Israel declared its independence.
Oh, wow.
Now we know about So because I knew about 9/11s. I knew that I was baptized on Prince Philip's 102nd birthday, right? 9/11 lasted 102 minutes. So many of these NBA games are 102, and they go to a timeout. That's why.
Well, and speaking of that, just real quick, do you know how many seconds 102 minutes is?
No, bro. Go on. You're gonna.
It's 6,120 seconds.
Oh my word! The 612 again. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I'll have to remember that one. Remind me after this. So I got baptized on Prince Philip's 102nd birthday. Israel was attacked by Hamas 911 days after Prince Philip died, right? Mm-hmm. And then Queen Elizabeth, she died 911 days after coronavirus was declared a pandemic. Corona translates to crown. The crown now belongs to King Charles. And when you look into Revelation 9:11, it says, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. And for another 9/11, did you know that King Charles III was born a span of exactly 911 weeks before the Church of Satan was founded?
I heard that one, yeah.
And King Charles III, he was the Prince of Wales, and Wales's flag is a red dragon, which is Satan in the Bible, is the red dragon. So, yeah. And also, like, I was born on my father's birthday. So you got the father and the son. I'm his eldest son, which is 14:4. And there's 1,440 minutes in a day. There's the 144,000 sealed in the Bible. I grew up at house number 12 Belmont Crescent. 12 times 12 is 144. And I was born on my dad's 31st birthday, the 11th prime. He lives at number 11 now. My favorite number is 11. My jersey number when I play football, 11. My first email, Adam Edwards, 11. So those type of syncs, again, going back to when I was born, the chances of me being born on my father's birthday, and then that 9/11 turned 38, which was in all my codes for about a year, 911 months exact after Israel declared its independence. Now, going back to Kobe's last ever game, it was on the 135th day of 2016, yeah? Israel declared its independence the 135th day of 1948, the year King Charles was born, because it was a leap year. It was on a leap year. Kobe Bryant won 135 playoff games, okay, which is incredible in itself. And Revelation 13:5, and there was given unto him a mouth, speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And that's why the Lakers won the NBA Finals 4-2 on National Father-Daughter Day, the year that Kobe and his daughter died. And the year that Kobe died, the 2020 Champions League final was on Kobe Bryant's 42nd birthday. It was Bayern Munich against Paris Saint-Germain on his 42nd birthday, which I find absolutely staggering. And then, like in 2022, the NBA Finals were 4-2. You know, 20 plus 22 is 42. The World Series was 4-2. The Stanley Cup was 4-2. The World Cup final was decided by a shootout, which finished 4-2. So a big thing what I want to do, Sean, is show that everything's connected. I'm writing a book right now. It's my second one, called Professional Sports: A Coded Rituals. I've got my original one, the first one, which is honestly mind-blowing. But I wanted to do another one to show you that all these sports are connected by the same numbers. And it's honestly spine-chilling. And it goes to college as well. This is something, again, which made me go, wow, this goes to college, high-level college. You know, NCAA, that level. And I was friends with so many NCAA athletes when I lived in the US. Unbelievable athletes in basketball, track and field, football. They couldn't have been any more normal, you know what I mean? There's no way they were going to their colleges, studying, playing these sports, dating these girls, hanging out with people like me, and they were all in the occult, hiding this from us.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of them are being used by the devil. Do you know what I mean? A lot of them are being used, but they don't know it. Man was used by God in the Bible. Think about Moses, all right, and Pharaoh. So again, it's just absolutely remarkable to me, all of this. And what's beautiful about it all is I'm never going to get bored of it. There's times where I can become tired. Like, whoa, this is just too much. Holding sports every day, talking about the devil, like it can exhaust you. But I'll never not be like, wow. Every day I have a wow moment. Before this code, every day I didn't have a wow moment with my life. Every day there's something that makes me go, wow. You've already given me a few of them in this stream. I'm like, wow, how? And I like being curious. I think we're naturally curious, which is dying now. People don't want to be curious. They don't want to ask questions. They just want to be fed lies, and they eat it up. And that's why people like you and I, we're not going to be liked by many people when we talk about this stuff, because it shatters their illusion. Hence my name. It shatters their illusion, unfortunately. So, yeah, shall we go to the chat and see if there's anything that they're saying? We'll go from the beginning.
I mean, I was actually gonna say, so you have about 30 minutes still?
Yeah, I can go a bit longer, yeah.
Okay. Because after what we were just talking about, yeah, we'll go into the comments. But I was also gonna see if you would be down to have someone come on if they wanted, because I know, so me and Kodi, we've actually we've been really we've been finding some crazy things about that 135 and Kobe. I mean, one thing that you probably knew already, but Kobe being Bryant equals 135.
Yeah.
And
whose middle name's Bean, bro? Whose middle name's Bean and whose first name's Kobe? I know it's become popular now, but what a strange name as well. Kobe Bean Bryant.
So I'm leaving the link in the. So the link is there if anyone, like Kodi or even Casey too. Casey actually has some crazy info on Kobe too that like it might be new info. But so in terms of, okay, do you know what year or how many years ago Kobe Japan was founded as of this year?
Wait, Kobe Japan?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I can tell you straight away.
135,
it was the same year Hitler was born. Hitler just turned 135 on April the 20th this year.
Yeah, and dude, okay, so that's another thing that's a trip, because I've still been there's so many things that have happened since that time, but I realized that Ryan Garcia, remember the Ryan Garcia fight and all that?
Yeah.
He was 1341 weeks on that day.
No way.
Yeah, he was 1341 weeks exactly. So he was born August 8th, 19. I can share my screen real quick.
Wait, he was born 8-8 because the Pacers just got knocked out the NBA Finals 8-8 for the season.
I can show
in the playoffs this season, 8-8, which is big. Check this one out, bro. Did you see the Usyk Tyson Fury boxing match, or did you hear about it?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Right, so this is heavyweight boxing. Two of the greatest heavyweight boxers of all time. Tyson Fury is called the Gypsy King. Just pure blasphemy again to Jesus. And check this out. Usyk won. And the fight was exactly 1,948 weeks after he was born. And Israel declared its independence in 1948. Exact. Oh, wow. Which was the year King Charles was born. And Tyson Fury is the Gypsy King, and he lost. I think he's running on borrowed time as King Charles. He won't be here much longer. Wow. So I see the 1341. That's mental.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had that fight on Hitler's birthday, didn't he?
What was that?
Ryan Garcia's fight was on Hitler's 135th birthday.
Yep. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot I have to share about Ryan Garcia too. And I haven't had a chance. But for right now, let's just welcome Kodi onto the stream. What's up, Kodi?
Let's go, Kodi.
What's up, brothers? Can you hear me?
Can hear you. Yes.
Sweet.
Is that Colorado Rockies? Your logo?
No. Well,
yeah.
It is, but it's the hat that I wear around. But it's my initials actually.
Okay, perfect.
So I wear this hat around because they're my initials. But this is also King Charles cipher.
Oh wow.
Because his cipher is Charles Rex, and Rex means king in Latin. So it's his cipher. His symbol is CR, like Cody Rhodes. You know how Cody Rhodes is the CR too.
Yeah, it also makes me think of Cristiano Ronaldo as well.
Right. Yeah. So this CR is big, especially in my organic code. Like this is my big, number. That's why I have it, because it's my. But my camera on my computer doesn't work. That's why I don't have show my face on here. But I need to get a new computer at some point so I can actually show my face. But for now, this has to do. So, and me and Sean, we have this connection with the SD and the CR because his initials are San Diego SD, you know.
Oh,
and so yeah, we've had some connections with the baseball teams, the Rockies and the Padres, because they're in the same division even. So
crazy.
Yeah, Kodi, I was gonna say it would be perfect timing if you want to share some of like all the 135 stuff because we've been like really like dissecting that and yeah, like Kodi he was putting things in the comments. I don't know if we got a chance to see it, but you could like recap that.
yeah, I'm actually pulling up my. I don't know if I can share my screen. I might be able to show it.
Like, I think if you do, then I could. It'll show up on my backstage, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But
let's see. Just gonna share this whole window.
But yeah, so Adam, so I was gonna mention too. So I was going off of your the code you did about the on 526 with everything being coded to the number 11. And you were saying that you mentioned how Jason Kidd became 20 and 13 in the playoffs with the Mavericks. Was that it?
Yeah, and that's the same year Francis became the Pope. It was in his 33rd playoff game with Dallas, and that's why Luka and Kyrie Irving both scored 33 points.
And that was also 11 years ago.
Yeah, wow. And yeah, when you combine 33 plus 33, it's 66, the 11th triangular number, and Kyrie wears number 11, and he has the same birthday as Jason Kidd.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
It is, and he used to play for Boston, and it looks like Dallas are going to be playing Boston in the NBA Finals, which connects to JFK, by the way, who was born in Boston and died in Dallas. I caught that a while ago. Which the connections with JFK are quite staggering.
Yeah.
So anyway, let Kodi present this. I'm seeing a lot of 135s, and I'm getting goosebumps. So let's go.
Yeah. So as we were saying, you know, the year 1889 was an important year because the Eiffel Tower was founded, Hitler was born, and Kobe, Japan was founded. So all those things turned 135 years old this year. Kobe, Japan, of course, turned 135 years old on 4/1. Now, this year, Israel's birthday was on the 135th day of the year, which was one day before the Eiffel Tower turned 135 years old. Interestingly enough, Kobe being Bryant was what equals 135. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame on the same day as the Eiffel Tower's birthday, so the 135th day of the year.
By Michael Jordan.
Yeah. And so in my next slide, I bring up how there was one other thing that happened in 1889, and that was Seattle, Washington was founded. Or not Seattle, Washington, but Washington State, which also turns 135 years old on 11/11 this year. And the sister city of Kobe is Seattle, which of course is located in Washington. So these cities have a huge connection, Seattle and Kobe. And Kobe is located at the 135th meridian east. I don't know if you knew that, Adam.
I didn't know that. Thank you so much. I had no idea.
Yeah, and that's big to me because I mean that's just insane considering everything we know about Kobe and the 135. And yeah, and again, Kobe turned 135 years old this year. Wow. So later in the decode, I showed how Kobe Bryant's connected to doors. And in fact, Kobe means God's door in Japanese. And he died at 41. Revelation 4:1 is about a door. So it says, behold, a door was opened in heaven. That's the key phrase here, which equals 135 in 2 ciphers.
You see how it mentions trumpet as well, and Kobe died whilst Trump was the president. It says trumpet in Revelation 4:1.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And this, I don't think it's a coincidence that this phrase, behold, a door was opened in heaven, has the 135 in 2 ciphers.
Wow.
And if you just type in the phrase open the door, it equals 135, like Kobe being Bryant. And again, Kobe, his name means in Japanese, God's door. And so if you go, again, I bring up here the 135 is where Kobe's located, the 135 Meridian East. The shrine, look at this. The earliest written records regarding the region of Kobe come from the Nihon Shoki, which describes the founding of the Akuta Shrine by Empress Jingu in AD 201.
No way.
In AD 201, there was founded a shrine which Kobe was named after the people that were. This shrine is where Kobe gets its name. And of course, look at what the shrine equals. Akuta Shrine equals Kobe Bean Bryant, 135. And again, as Zach Hubbard always says, the Jesuits have been in Japan longer than probably most countries because apparently that's one of their first places. So that would be another interesting connection to the 201.
There's loads of 201s with Kobe.
Right.
But I'll let you finish your presentation, and then I'll let you know some 201s with Kobe. They're crazy.
I think this is just from another presentation, a video I did. I'm trying to see if I have any more 135s. I connected it to what happened with, well, you know wrestling, so you might understand this a bit. So I've presented a few times how this character Akira Tozawa, who's from Kobe, Japan, he keeps getting tsunami'd by this big wrestler named Bronson Reed. And now 3 times now he's been in a match with Bronson Reed and he gets a tsunami done to him. And
wow, the lady who performed the Eurovision Song Contest, who was an open witch, she has a song called Tsunami.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I have to look into that then.
Yeah.
Because I was making this connection because this Akira Tozawa, you know how I told you that Kobe's connected with Open Doors?
Yes.
And this guy's from Kobe, right? So, and before in his early part of his career, he worked for. Oh, and on May 13th this year, he got obliterated. See where it says up here? It says Bronson Reed obliterates Akira Tozawa on 1/3/5.
Oh my word, bro! Yeah.
And prior to the WWE, he was working in a company called Dragon Gate, where he was a former Open the Brave Gate champion, Open the Twin Gate champion, Open the Triangle Gate champion, Open the Owari Gate champion. So you see this guy's completely connected to opening gates, opening doors. And I just brought in this Melinda Gates thing in this stream because I thought it was connecting to the date 6/12, which you guys just talked about a bit. So, but yeah, I think that's really all right now. Oh yeah, I showed how the same day that this guy Akira Tozawa got tsunami'd by Bronson Reed, Melinda Gates stepped down. And of course, she's connected to Seattle, and Seattle is the sister city of Kobe. So Melinda French Gates equals 164, Open the Brave Gate 164, Bill and Melinda Gates 164. And so that's why I was saying June 12th looks like it's the 164 day of the year. So me and Sean have been talking a lot about the June 12th, the 6/12 too. So that's why I brought that up there. But I'll just give my screen back for now. I have another presentation later, but I'll just give it back for now.
So that's amazing, bro. Saying Melinda Gates' middle name's French, and the Society of Jesus were founded in France.
Right.
It's like Princess Diana's middle name was Francis, and she died in Paris, France. So with the 201s, with Kobe, I didn't know half of the stuff that you just presented. Thank you so much, Kodi. I think you're amazing. So God bless you.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate you too.
Thank you. Coronavirus was declared a global pandemic 201 days after Kobe's last birthday, which is huge. Now, 201 days is 6 months and 17 days. And 617 is the 113th prime. And COVID was declared a pandemic the 11th of March, 113, which is one of Kobe's biggest numbers. Kobe Bryant equals 113. He was drafted round 1, pick 13, 113. And he made his NBA debut November the 3rd, 113. The National Basketball Association equals 113. Oh, my word, it's 113. Sean, look at the time. It's 113.
Oh, my God.
Sean, can you confirm that? Where we
Yes.
are now, it's 113.
What in the stream?
Yeah,
No, in
that's just a joke. What
the
113,
time.
by the way, is the 30th.
Oh, guys, it's in Germany right now where I'm at. It's 10:13, so it's the same.
Oh my word! This
You
is
believe that?
the beauty. We were talking about synchronicities, and then there's one right now playing out. That's crazy. 113, by the way, is the 30th prime, and there's 30 teams in the NBA. And Judas sold Jesus for 30 pieces of silver, and the NBA commissioner is Adam Silver. Adam was the first man silver with the Bible, which is crazy to me. And Steph Curry is the all-time leading point scorer with 3-point shooting. He's number 30, yeah? Connects to San Francisco, the earthquake, the Golden Gate Bridge, all of that. Now, recently there was a movie called Legacy, the true story of the LA Lakers. It was released on the anniversary of the Society of Jesus being recognized by the Catholic Church. And the Jesuit order equals 201. As you know, Jorge Mario Bergoglio 201, the name of the Pope. Kobe died in a helicopter crash on his way from leaving Catholic Mass, which equals 201. So does the Holy Bible. And this Legacy, the true story of the LA Lakers, was released 201 days after the recent anniversary of Kobe's death. So it is divinely coded. And I just want to break down a quick code that I did about Diamante, Bryant. So she's actually called Natalia Diamante. We know Diamante is diamond. And she recently threw out the first pitch at Dodger Stadium on 9-1. The 13th triangular number. We know her dad died at 41, the 13th prime, and her sister died at age 13. And World War II began on 9-1. But she threw out this pitch because, again, just to show you, it's all connected. Baseball, basketball, football, you got the Baal worship. They all put up the Baphomet. So she threw out this pitch, right? Exactly 84 years after World War I began. All right. And Kobe Bryant, this number 84 is massive, guys. It's massive. Kobe Bryant died 8,484 days after he made his NBA debut. 8484. Now, he was often compared to Michael Jordan, who inducted Kobe into the NBA Hall of Fame. Michael Jordan was drafted in 84, the same year that LeBron James was born, and the same year that Los Angeles hosted the Olympics. Right? Now,
can I mention 84 real quick? Like really quick in 84?
So, real quick. Michael Jordan was drafted in 84, which was the same year LeBron James was born. And it was the same year that Los Angeles hosted the Olympics. Right? And we know that LeBron is at Los Angeles. Kobe spent his whole career at Los Angeles. And we know how LeBron and Kobe connect to Michael Jordan. Now, the Basilica was struck twice by lightning the year Francis became the Pope, 2013, exactly 84 years after Vatican City was founded. Exactly. Which is profound in itself. And Lucifer was cast out of heaven like a lightning bolt in Luke 10:18. Now, gematria, the Jesuit order equals 84, as does the word Jesuit. And if Joseph's watching, he knows that Barack Obama was born on 84, and Barack translates to lightning in Hebrew. That's why you have all the Gatorade seats and advertisements, because it's a lightning bolt, isn't it? Is that whole brand is a lightning bolt. Now, Donald Trump replaced Obama in office. Donald Trump was born on 14/6. 14 times 6 is 84. United States of America equals 84. If we go to the Bush family, George Bush Sr. was the 41st US president, and his son, George Bush Jr., was the 43rd. 41 plus 43 equals 84. Now, 9/11/2001, which changed the world, it occurred 43 weeks and 3 days after the anniversary of Remembrance Day. And 433 is the 84th prime number. 433 is a very popular formation in football or soccer. 433. Now, you remember the Titanic? And when Rose was being interviewed, and she said, it's been 84 years. Like, that's not by accident when they do these things. Queen Elizabeth, she was born 21-4. 21 times 4 is 84. You've got the book 1984, which is a dystopian novel written by George Orwell, which is about a surveillance state. And after 9/11, what happened? There was an increase in surveillance, wasn't there? After 9/11, this is just all connected. Now, do you remember the 2023 NBA Finals, guys? Do you know who played in it? Do you know who Denver Nuggets beat?
Heat.
The Miami Heat. And remember, Miami Heat is who LeBron defeated on National Father Daughter Day to win the NBA Finals, yeah, in 2020, the year Kobe died. Now, who's Denver's best player?
Jokic.
And who is Miami Heat's best player?
Who is it? Who is it?
Jimmy Butler, who gets
Okay.
people say it's Michael Jordan's son. There's 1,984 days between the birth dates of Jimmy Butler and Nikola Jokic. 1984. Now, we just had the World Cup in the Middle East. The beginning of the World Cup, there was 8 groups of 4 because there's 32 teams. 8 times 4 is your 32. And Argentina won it. Now, Natalia Bryant was born on 1/19, which is a reflection of 9/11. Osama bin Laden, who gets compared with who? With Barack Obama so often. He died exactly 119 weeks after Obama's first day in office, right? Which is remarkable in itself. Now, Natalia, she threw out this pitch a span of exactly 32 weeks and 2 days after her birthday. And we know Skull and Bones are known as Order 322. And 322 is the 81st day of the year, which goes back to Kobe, doesn't it? Which is crazy in itself. Now, Natalia was born 204 weeks and 7 days before Kobe and Gianna died. And she threw out this pitch 247 years after the Illuminati and the US was founded. 247 is the 13th pentagonal number. She threw out this pitch on 9/1, the 13th triangular number. And I know you know this, but Gianna Bryant was born on the anniversary of the Illuminati being founded on 5/1. Lionel Messi has 13 World Cup goals in 26 games. 1,326 is the 51st triangular number. Right? Wow. This cannot be done by man. And I find it just crazy how Natalia was born exactly 888 weeks before Kobe and Gianna died. Exactly.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
24, which is Kobe's jersey number. And we know Kobe Bryant Day is 24/8, which is when the Ukraine declared its independence. So I just wanted to read that because I told you one of the main things that I want to do is show you, yes, the Titanic connects with the Queen, which connects with Kobe, which connects to the book 1984, which connects with Bin Laden. And that's what I enjoy doing. And I know there's definitely people who can definitely say you can find whatever numbers you want. And that hurts sometimes because it's true. But it's the quality of the connections. And then the predictions that I've made and other people prior to events happening. So, on my word, it's 1-2-2 my time. Kobe's last ever game. No, his highest scoring game was on 1-2-2. Mm-hmm. Just to let you know, Boston Celtics just became 12-2 in the playoffs, 666 days after Bill Russell died. And Kobe's highest scoring game was on 122 in his 666 game. So, yeah, I wanted to just break that down for you.
Hopefully. Yeah, man, that was amazing. And you are just so good at what you do. I just have to let you know, like, you kill it for sure.
Your memory and your memory is that's what I don't have. I have to pull up my slides.
Your slides are unbelievable. I don't have the presentation skills that you have. And I think Sean makes finds that nobody else makes. To be honest with you. And does. Like his find with the 4-5-1-3. I just want to give you one more thing with Kobe with that, brother. So 4-5-1-3, 45-13, yeah? Mm-hmm. 45 is the 9th triangular number, and 13 is the 6th prime, 96, which is the year Kobe was drafted.
Nice. That's really
So
good.
you might want to
That's so
add
good.
that. I don't know. I think, and then those numbers, when you combine them, do you get? Wait, what were the numbers again? Remind me. 45 and 13. That's 58. Isn't Kobe Bryant 58 in gematria?
Yeah.
I'm not certain. I should be certain.
Kobe Bryant's 58. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So
Wow.
there's different ways of making these connections, and
For sure.
we do it differently. But I just find it amazing. Like, I could listen to you two all day. So yeah, my memory with this is definitely something that helps me a lot. I don't need notes, and I don't judge anybody who needs notes. But my presentation is absolutely terrible. It's awful because I go live, I press let's go, and I just talk. There's no slides. I don't share my screen. I think if I did do that, I could definitely have a bigger impact. But I think that's laziness my part.
Well, I mean,
myself lazy, but I think it's laziness my part.
I mean, you're just doing. I think you're just doing what you're led to do, and I think if at the time comes where you feel like you want to make slides, I'm sure that God will put that on your heart, and then you'll start doing it. I mean, for me, I just tried to get better at making slides because I'm one of those people that wants to really make sure that people are getting the point. So like for me, it's kind of an OCD thing. I need to make a good slide, because I want people to see it. So like, but yeah. Canva, me and Sean both use Canva, I think. And I think it's a really simple, easy way to like put stuff together, but there's other ways too. But
and
again,
by the way, boys, how do you guys, I know I ain't the best with technology. How do you guys set up StreamYard and link it up with YouTube where you can present your screen? Because that would save me actually doing slides. I could just go to a website or whatever. Like, if one of you can help me with that, like in an email, and just tell me how to do it, I think that'll really help me get out my work, because the average person's a visual learner. And when you just hear me pulling out like 1,326 is the 51st triangular number in Gia, but that is it's too much. Like, people need to see it. I need to slow down. So yeah, that's something I want to improve on for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you, because that is why I rely on my slides, because I know that if I were to just verbally say my decodes, like people would just be like, what? Like, it is something where but I guess that's why both of our lines of work they complement each other, because yours is the kind that yours is definitely the kind that it hits just by hearing it, because it really does, it's like so on the nose. And mine, and like kind of Kodi's too, it kind of requires watching like a whole presentation to, like, I guess, understand the gravity of the connection, which that's not that fun. I know that it's not that fun, but Kodi does it in a way that is fun. And
he does.
I'm still trying to get better at it, but like sometimes you do need to like one piece of my decode by itself isn't enough to like really explain anything. Like if I were to just like the thing that showed you with like the 4513, or like with
if you just said that and didn't present it, it wouldn't have impacted me in any way. The fact that you presented it made me go. But if you didn't present it and you just gave me the 4513, a number I'm not that familiar with, I don't think it would have had any impact on me. Because you showed me it, it blew me away.
Yeah, and then it's like oh, what's up, Kodi?
No, I just wanted to say, and the presentation stuff, the reason I love Canva is because it saves all of your stuff. So I don't need to make extra archives. I don't need to back up my YouTube channel, because all of my information, all of my presentations are saved word for word, picture for picture inside of my Canva, and no one's deleting my Canva. Google's not deleting my Canva. It's like my archive, and that's what I really like about it. So, and that's why I recommend Canva to people, I guess, because, or any platform where you can save all of your slides, because that's in a way you can, if my channel were to get taken down or something, I could just repost all the videos again. It would just be easy, I would just be able to remake all the videos pretty easily. So, and the presentations are easy to make there. So yeah, anyway, Sean, sorry.
Yeah, I was also going to say
somebody in the chat called Andrew Carpenter. I just want to respond to something that he's just left. He said, we all know about pi, don't we? 3.14. We know that pi is an infinite number. And he said here that Boston, their closeout run last night started at 3:14 on the clock, closing the circle cycle, so scripted. And he said Hollywood actors. Again, I sit on the fence with the whole Hollywood actors. I think there's definitely some truth to it. But he's put this, he probably doesn't know this. The fact that he's mentioned that 3:14. Yesterday, brother, if you're still watching, Andrew, the Celtics stayed on 314 playoff losses. And you've just told me that their closeout run started with 3:14 on the clock. And things like 3:14 is the 73rd day of the year. It's Steph Curry's birthday, isn't it? Like the all-time leading point scorer with threes. And 73 is the 20th.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Boston got their 21st playoff win versus the Pacers. So seeing his comment there makes me go, and they became 12-2, like I said, 12 weeks and 2 days after Jason Tatum's birthday. But him seeing that, the closeout run began with 3:14 on the clock, then I can say, hey, brother, did you know they stayed on 314 playoff losses as well? I love how we can help each other. And the 73, and we go, wait, 73, that's big, isn't it? Why? Why is that big? Well, Queen Elizabeth was married 73 years. George Bush Sr. was married 73 years. Brady retired 7-3 in Super Bowls. He made his debut 12 days after 9/11, wearing number 12. And I love, like, when somebody makes a find like that, and something I enjoy is adding to it. And then somebody else in the chat, then Sean jumps in and goes, oh, yeah, but speaking of 314, did you know this? You're like, no, I didn't know that. And then Kodi jumps in, yeah, well, do you know this 314? And then you bring it together. And that's what is brilliant about these type of streams. I always love to add to people's work. And, oh, you're stealing it. No, I'm adding to it for all of us. It ain't stealing it. Do you know what I mean? It's adding to the great work that we put out. Like Kodi and I
we just can't act like that, because I feel like my personal experience with like I've definitely gotten a bigger presence since like February. And ever since then, and ever since I met I mean, I've known you for years now.
Yeah.
But, and then also and then once I met like officially met Kodi and then Casey, who I just entered into the stream, and I'll let him introduce himself in a bit. But my work has just grown like astronomically, and it couldn't have been without like everybody else. And there's other people in the chat too that like literally I think we are all like that's how we have to see it. Like we're all adding on to this one singular code, like because it all is part of the same code. Like it's not my code, it's not your code, it's the code, and we're all finding different bits and pieces of it. So we need to like treat it like that, not like in a competitive way where it's like, oh, you like you're stealing from me or anything like that.
That's ego. That's ego and pride. Like, and there's people all over the world that are coming across this knowledge now. Like I'm in Mexico, you're in the US. I think Kodi, are you in Germany? I'm not sure where you're based. It's not like it's just one nation, like just Americans are coming across this knowledge. This is worldwide. There's people in Africa, Europe, Middle East, like are coming across this code. And like you said, it's not ours. This code is not our code. But it's mind-blowing. And the fact that so many of us woke up during 2020, around that time when COVID was declared a pandemic, I find that really eye-opening. Like, because I believe we're living out Revelation, which is why so much is being revealed. That's how I see it. And it's just crazy, all connected. Like I said, Kodi's work with wrestling is the work I love that he does. I know I like all of his work, but when he talks about wrestling, it's so important because that is a multi-billion-dollar industry that's watched worldwide and has been our whole lives. And it is so biblical. Even without numbers, you look like there's the Judgment Day right now. That's pretty in your face, that name. You got the thing with the Twin Towers that Hulk Hogan and Macho Man were in a tag team match and they said, we're going to bring down the Twin Towers. And then that was all coded. You can look into the numbers from when they said it to when they came down. You've got all the snake symbolism with like Randy Orton, the Viper, and Jake the Snake Roberts, and Stone Cold Steve Austin, the Texas Rattlesnake. And he becomes an icon after King of the Ring, after he beat Jake the Snake. And you just like Triple H, the King of Kings, that's blasphemy to Jesus Christ. And now he's running the WWE, or how Vince McMahon was born exactly 42 weeks before Donald Trump. And then Donald Trump's in the WWE Hall of Fame. You're like, it's so perfect that it can't necessarily be planned unless they're making up the date of births of every celebrity. And then you've got to ask yourself, why are they doing that? Like, if they are changing the dates and changing their names. So there's absolutely something to this code. We just will never fully know who's behind it. And you'll never be able to use the code to predict every single outcome. I'm expected to get 100% on my website with sports every day, charging people $10. Let's be real, guys. That ain't going to happen. We're not supposed to know everything. We would go insane, which is why I believe these influential people, they have an element of knowledge of certain divine aspects. But if they knew everything, they would put a bullet in their brain. I think they'd lose their mind. They won't be able to function at all if they knew like everything. You'd go insane, wouldn't you?
Yeah. And yeah, and so real quick, I wanted to introduce you to Casey and let him, if he's still there. I know he might be wanting, when you're talking about the 84s, he has some pretty amazing info on the 84s. I think you would like to hear. So, or if he wants to talk about something else too. But yeah, so Casey, if you're still there, I'd like to have you share whatever you want to share.
Hey, what's going on, Sean?
How you doing, man?
Hey, brother.
Doing pretty good. Hey, Adam and
Hey,
Cody.
mate.
What's up, brother?
Too much. I just ran up to the store real quick to get some onions. So I don't really have too much time yet.
You gotta
But,
have some onions.
Doing a roast. Gotta have some onions. Top of the roast. But the 84. Uranus has an 84-year orbital period. So that's always.
But yeah, I was thinking about because we're like Kobe. So from Kobe's death to Pope Francis's 84th birthday, which this is what I learned from Casey. I don't know if you want to take that away, but I think you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, so I know you mentioned the 1326 earlier in the stream, Adam, and that made me think about the 326's Kobe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I remember you.
I'm not sure if I've ever ran over that with you for all the 326 stuff. But so Kobe, when he died, he was 2161 weeks old. That's the 326 prime number. He died 326 days after Shaquille O'Neal's 47th birthday. He died 326 days before Pope Francis' 84th birthday. And the moon's at 326 degrees of the ecliptic.
The heck?
Yeah, I'm a little rusty on it right now, but
Have you seen Revelation 8:4 where it says, "And the smoke of the incense which came with the prayers of the saints ascended up before God out of the angel's hand"? It's Revelation 8:4. That is a deep verse in the Bible. And the Second World War was from 39 to 45. And when you add up those numbers, it's 84 as well. So this is a divine number. and it's everywhere. Is the 84?
Yeah, because I think what was really fascinating to me about that 84 connection, is that Pluto equals 84. Let me get that. So yeah, Pluto is 84. So the fact that he died like 84 days or 326 days before Pope Francis's 84th birthday, I think that's so important because Adam, like I'm sure you know how important Pluto is to Kobe with his numbers. So
On the
Pluto,
24, yeah.
exactly, yeah, and that 326. I mean, what was the date that the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed this year? 326.
I'll tell you another thing with 326 is, Kobe, he's from Philadelphia, and another famous former NBA player from Philadelphia is Dr. J. Julius Erving. And he's kind of similar to Kobe in that he wore two numbers in his career. He wore the numbers 32 and the number 6, so for a 326, right? But if you look at his career points total, I think it's on his Wikipedia page. He had a career points total of 30,026 points.
Oh my word!
Should be on Wikipedia page.
You know what's interesting about the 84 on the calendar is, I mean, you guys might already know this, but it's always something I think about is from 8/4 on the calendar, August 4th, to April 8th, which is also can be written 8/4, is 8 months, 4 days. So you have this 8/4 to 8/4 with 8 months, 4 days in between.
Wow.
Not to mention that's 248 days, and that's Kobe Bryant Day, and that's the date Bray Wyatt died. That's Vince McMahon's birthday. That's the day Trump got his mugshot. So
yeah,
everything connects.
The NCAA basketball tournament final was on 4/8, wasn't it? The Huskies won. That I coded all of that. That was crazy with the Huskies winning back to back. That was on 4/8. So,
of course, that was the eclipse this year, also. So
yeah, that was the eclipse, which is super coded.
And were you aware of like the whole synchronicity thing that happened with me, like on my channel?
No.
So I mean, that
doesn't know about this.
Oh, yeah, wow. You
need to go watch his video. Oh my goodness, this is insane.
I'll try to make it brief, but it adds on to what I was like sharing with that whole thing with Kobe and 612, and I guess me. It's weird to say, but like the day that we were, so it was the 248th birthday of the Illuminati, which was 5/1.
Yeah,
it was 5/1. And so I was doing a stream with Andrea's, and right in the middle of the stream, he's talking about Claydex, and he's saying that Claydex was declared or was conducted 666 days before C-Rona was declared a pandemic. But when he is saying the word C-Rona, like what I'm talking about,
yeah,
like you could see in the video, it's on, if we have it documented, and I've been like, I'm still like shaken up by it, but you can see me, I'm like, oh, there was just an earthquake, and I cut him off when he's in the middle of that sentence. And on that day, that was this earthquake. Let me share my screen. It was this earthquake.
Oh my word! Yeah.
It was in Corona. It wasn't, so obviously Kobe was buried in Corona Del Mar, but this is a different Corona, but it's still pretty close to my area.
Yeah.
And the 4.1 earthquake, and then like we said, he died at age 41. His last shot ever was over number 41 of the Utah Jazz. He left the court with 4.1 seconds left in the game. His name equals 41. And so this happened during the stream, and then I found out a few days later from another person that has been a huge influence and contribution to my work. His channel is Zenith of the Alpha, and he's in the comments right now too. I don't know if he's still there, but he told me that, and like I said, it's like documented that right when that happens, when Andreas is saying "See Rona," and when I cut him off and I said there's an earthquake, it's exactly at 1 hour and 54 exactly into the stream, 1 hour and 54. And then he told me that, I'll show you, when you type Corona, California, which that's where the earthquake was, it's 154. So you have to think, you have to like wonder, what are the sheer odds of that happening?
As someone who witnessed this live, I literally remember Sean saying there's an earthquake, and he was in the middle of saying Corona, and the earthquake happens in Corona, and at the very moment on the stream is 154 exactly, and that's exactly the gematria of where the earthquake happened. And then Sean showed so many other connections to himself, and like this is probably even the most crazy thing that I've seen. Like, is this thing that happened with Sean? I've seen some crazy things in my own life, but this really got me like stirred up. Even Sean was shaken, but I was shaken by it because I watched it live, and then when Sean started showing me all of these connections, yeah, I don't know, it's insane.
And then you were
massive. The
Titanic
Titanic
is. I just wanted to add something before I get off with the 326s is right, that's KBB, that's an 1122. JFK died 1122, the 326th day of the year. And for the earthquake stuff, tomorrow's going to be his 107th, or it would have been JFK's 107th birthday. And I know Adam was talking a lot about the 616 early in the stream. I know that JFK is 616 in the Latin cipher. So I just want to throw that in there before I got off.
That's amazing, bro. So JFK's death date can be written 2211, and 2211 is the 66 triangular number. That's 66, again, the book of Revelation, the 66th book of the Bible. So Argentina's World Cup campaign began on the 59-year death anniversary of JFK, and they went on to win it. And they beat France, whose campaign began on that day as well. So,
yeah, and I found a really big connection with, you know, the last verse of the Bible, Revelation 22:21.
Yes.
So I'll just pull it up real quick. But I think I cracked this because, you know, this is the final verse of the Bible if anyone is not
a nice one as
familiar
well
with it. So 22:21. But when you convert this, you're gonna see it right away. So when you convert this into time, so the 22:21 p.m. Look how many minutes.
Oh my word. Do you know the prime number? Do you know the prime number for 2221?
331.
Yeah, 331, which is the 67th prime, which is the 19th, which is the 8th. This all connects with Kobe. He died on 67 date numerology.
Kobe equals 67
by a 19-year-old girl. He began his Kobe's 67 in Latin. He began his career wearing number 8. So it's just crazy. Like the Bible's coded. If you start coding the verses, like 11's so big. What's the first verse of the Bible? It's Genesis 1:1.
That's a good point. That's actually a really good point.
The 11s and 9/11 should just be enough to wake people up that it was on the 11th day of the month in the 11th state, which is New York, exactly 11 years after George Bush Sr.'s New World Order speech. Exactly, because he gave that 9/11 1990, and then the Twin Towers look like an 11. Like the list goes on. The master building number, well, there's 22, which is 11 plus 11. And then you got like World War I ending on 11/11 at 11 a.m. Like,
hey,
what?
Adam, Did you see that the helicopter crash from the Iran president was exactly 1575 days after Kobe's crash?
No, but I know Kobe equals 15 and 75, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's
Yo,
crazy. I
hold
know
up.
you did a brilliant video on that crash. I
Well,
coded Leicester City to win the league this year, and their owner died in a helicopter crash, and Leicester City, won the Premier League the year that Kobe retired, and they play at the King's Power Stadium, and he's got that crown tattoo. So the aviate, what is that? And like helicopter, when you say hell, like the pronunciation, not the spelling, it's helicopter. What is it with the aviation, guys? Do you think it is? Like, there's a reason why they told us 9/11 was planes responsible. Kobe dying in a What is it with the helicopter, do you think? What's the symbolism behind the helicopter? I can't get to the bottom of it. But there's got to be something with aviation. I can't get to the bottom of it.
Well, I mean, I would think that it has something to do with fallen, falling to earth. Like, you always have, in order to fall, you have to be high. So, I mean, aviation is all about being high first. So that's the first thing I think of is that. And then the second thing I think of is like the realms, like planes, entering into different planes of reality, like the spiritual plane, the physical plane. So you have planes, you have hell, helicopter. Hell could be considered a plane, right? Hell, and earth is a plane. So there's, I don't know. I've thought about this a lot because I've done a lot of research into plane crashes and stuff. And
you've just inspired me. I think I know what it is. We know all Kobe's 666s. All right, he's got more than anybody probably. Well, what about this Bible verse, bro? You give me chills here. This Bible verse I'm reading it right now. It's in the book of Isaiah. All right, book of Isaiah 14 verses 12 through 14. For you have said in your heart, this is about Lucifer, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. And a lot of these celebrities, they claim to be gods, don't they? Some of them go around telling people that I'm a god of this and that. Now, Lucifer was cast out of heaven. So maybe these helicopters, like you said, somebody like Kobe was right at the top, wasn't he? Yeah. And then he just collapsed. I wonder if it's anything to do with Lucifer, like being cast out of heaven.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's really what I think.
Thank you for that, because I was trying, what is it with helicopters? What is it? Because they've not been around that long, have they? Like, was it the Wright brothers that came up with the plane? That was in the 1900s.
Yeah, it was the Wright brothers. Yeah, I grew up right next to Wright State University. I'm not far. I grew up in Ohio, like near Wright State, near Dayton. That's where flight supposedly was invented by the Wright brothers. But I don't know if helicopters probably came after that. I would imagine, or maybe I'm assuming they came after that, helicopters.
Yeah, no, for sure. Planes were before helicopters.
Yeah, I think another thing that might be an abstract thought, but there could be something there, is like, I guess with the invention of like air travel and all that, I guess when you look at the world now and how it's just so much more complex than back then, and now like air travel has given people opportunities to like become rich, like to expand their businesses, and for us to, even like meet back and forth, like in a way that maybe that's what has caused so much greed and attention, or like a obsession with material things and stuff like that. And because like we have this, like air travel, it is like the gateway for that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, because I know that could be used. It is used for good things. Like, it's great to see the world and stuff, but it's like one of those things where it's something that has been brought to the world where, I guess over time you see like that could be a negative aspect of it, in the sense where like that, yeah, because it provides so much accessibility, it creates this like opportunity for people to like try to become like the most like richest person ever, like just to divide themselves from others, when you could use it for good. But I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but I feel like it's just kind of, you can maybe see it like that. And like tying back to the whole thing with that verse you read, Adam, like it's kind of like maybe symbolic of that, like trying to ascend to the heavens, and we're all gonna, like, it's all gonna be fleeting anyways.
Yeah, I think you're right. And during COVID, the year Kobe died, they shut down all the airports, didn't they? You couldn't fly for quite a while. Fun fact for you here, I've got a nice 33. I can only do about 10 more minutes because I have to coach, but I'm really grateful for this. Listen to this for a fun fact 33. You can take it. I find it interesting. So the first flight of an aeroplane was the Wright Flyer, and it was on December the 17th, 1903. Exactly 33 years before Pope Francis was born.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's.
You want me to put it in the chat so you have it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. The first flight was exactly 33 years before the Pope was born, which is 11 plus 11 plus 11. I think 11 is the biggest number with the Pope.
Well,
so, yeah, that was something that.
What's interesting too, connecting back to this plane stuff and this plane crash or this helicopter crash that just happened with the Iranian president. The day before, I don't know if you saw this either, but on my channel the day before, I was talking about the dam breaking, the Hoover Dam.
Yeah, I saw that. That was crazy. Crazy.
And then the next day,
Adam, like the first man on Earth, Adam. The D-A-M.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but what was interesting about that connection was I connected that to the St. Francis Dam collapse that happened in 1928. Well, 1928. And guess what day this dam collapse happened in this Francis Dam collapse happened in 1928.
Pope's birthday?
Well, close. It happened literally hours before his anniversary of his becoming Pope. So basically, yeah. So like in the very late hours of, I think it says March 12th, but it's very close to being. I mean, you pretty much have to say that's close enough, because I mean,
yeah, for sure. And Jorge Maria Bergoglio equals 312 in gematria, his full name.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I can't remember how many years that was. Let me do the math real fast. That was 1928 to 2013 would be 70. Let me just look. Hold on. I'm horrible at math sometimes. I know it was like a big number. What I found interesting too is that there's a huge connection with plane crashes too, and the numbers 321 and 123. A lot of interesting connections there.
Yeah, because there was if you didn't hear it on 521, there was that Singapore flight incident where there was like turbulence that caused a bunch of injuries, like 70 injuries, just in turbulence, and that was flight 321.
Yeah, if you look at the history of plane crashes and air incidents, you're going to see a lot of 321, 123, 123, 321 countdown numbers, which is a whole nother code in and of itself. I've done a lot of connecting those codes, but just planes in general, I've seen so many 123, 321, so many. I can't even name them all off right now, but I know there's been so many I've looked at.
But Adam, so we're going off of what you shared with the 33. I just want to share something with you real quick, because I was like really excited to show you. It has to do with the code that you found on. So it was 526, right? That's when the Mavericks, when Kyrie and Doncic, when they got 33 points each.
Yeah. So
they got 33 points each on that day, right? On 526. And that was the same day that the do you want to just like go over that real quick?
With the Club America?
Yeah, that was amazing.
So I live in Mexico. So a lot of my friends, they know that I'm the Illusion. I do all this coding. So they said, can you give us some examples of it going on in Mexican football? Can you code this game for us? So I did. I was like, okay, America are going to win. And they're like, why? I was like, for me, it's all about the number 11. So on the 26th of May, 2002, they won the championship. Okay. Exactly 11 years later, on 26/5/2013, they won their 11th championship. And this year, exactly 11 years after they won their 11th championship, they just won it again on 26/5/2024. And the game was played over 2 legs, home and away. The first leg was played Cruz Azul Stadium. It finished 1-1, like 11. And then in the second leg, America won 1-0. So they won 2-1 on aggregate. And number 21 got the winning goal. But this took place on the same day that Kyrie Irving, number 11, had a massive performance for Dallas. And he got 33 points, which I said is 11 plus 11 plus 11. And I did this code on my website about Dallas Mavericks and 9/11. Their 2 best players are number 77 and number 11. Flight 77, Flight 11 were involved on 9/11. All right. I think it's one of the reasons why Kyrie went to Brooklyn, playing for New York. Brooklyn's where Michael Jordan was born, by the way. And they both got those 33 points each, which comes up to 66, the 11th triangular number. And Dallas, they have 2 bigs in the team. All right. Lively and Gafford. They're amazing. All right. Their nickname is the Twin Towers. So I was making all these connections. I'm like, this is why Dallas are doing so well. Keep an eye on Dallas. And then I was like, JFK, like, wow, he died in Dallas, born in Boston. They might meet each other. Like, I like to put these finds together. It's pretty crazy, man. So yeah, what I want to say, just to summarize that, the Mexican Championship final connected to Dallas Mavericks beating the Timberwolves. So although you might be like, the NBA's got nothing to do with the Mexican League, it does. It's all coded and it's all connected every day. That's why I can, on one day, tell you who's going to win a baseball game, NBA game, football game, all connected by the same numbers on that specific day and get it bang on. Not every time, because I'm just a man, but it'll be the same numbers that play out in all the games. That's something that just makes me go, wow, to be honest. So yeah, thanks for letting me share that.
Well, I was gonna say, so again, about the Mavericks and the Kyrie Irving and Doncic. So again, so they each got 33 points, right? So 33 and 33. All right. So watch this. So if you go from, like, I like to do really weird things, but I think it shows something, So from 11 to that game, it was.
Oh, what? Mate, type in Dallas Mavericks. Just type in Dallas Mavericks into a search engine. And I'll add one more thing to why they connect to 9/11 for you all. All right, look at their arena.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I know about this one.
Flight 77 and Flight 11 were operated by American Airlines, and they play at the American Airlines Center.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like, give me a break. They're just connected to 9/11, and 9/11's everywhere right now.
I was thinking about Messi too, because so Messi made his debut against Cruz Azul, right?
He may have done, with Barcelona in a friendly game,
Or no, his MLS debut. Sorry, I think it was his
MLS. MLS debut. You're right.
Yeah,
it was in that cup competition.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that, and then I was also thinking about something interesting too. I actually made a little decode, like, going off, but I'm not gonna share that. I'll share it with you another time, or maybe I'll make a video and I'll tag you in it.
We can do it another time.
Yeah, but so something that I've always thought about with Messi is, like, he totally represents 9/11 because his jersey, right?
Yeah.
And these blue beams, like they write, like the tribute, the 9/11 tribute.
Yeah, and it's got the same color jersey as Israel's flag as well.
Yeah, and then the like the 10, like right now is the 1 World Trade Center and Ground Zero. So 1 and 0, the blue beams. So I just feel like it's kind of apparent, but that game was also, so I was thinking about when he won the World Cup, and that game was 526 days after
Oh
they
my
won the
word!
World Cup, and on 526. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Which is 17 months and 9 days, the 41st prime, and the World Cup began with 41 days left in the year.
Oh, nice.
And the 33s, Argentina are now 3-3 in World Cup finals. They've won 3, lost 3, and Sergio Aguero retired at age 33, and he played his last ever game on Diego Maradona's birthday. This is just, yeah, it's just crazy how this all works out. And like Messi matched Maradona's World Cup record with goals scored. It was 8 goals in 21 games at the World Cup at one point, which is, we had the eclipse in 2017 on 8/21. And Messi matched Maradona's record of 8 goals in 21 World Cup games. He did it versus Mexico. And Maradona won his World Cup in Mexico the year I was born, in 1986. And then 36 years later, Messi won it. They're now 3-6 in World Cup finals, won 3 out of 6. They came in 36 games undefeated. There's so many 30. Messi won the World Cup 6 months and 6 days before he turned 36. 6 times 6 is 36. So it's quite incredible. I'm gonna have to go because my girlfriend's in the room and she's messaging me saying how hungry she is, and then I've got to go coach football. I would like to do this more often.
You should, for sure.
Wow, somebody's saying Luca turned 303 months old today. Casey Jones. That's just so. Again, with Luca, they put it in your face. They call it Luca magic. Right? They say it's Luca magic, and some of the shots that he makes, it's not through training and just being God's gift to basketball. And also when Luca runs and Jokic, I make fun out of this. They run like they've been shot in both of their kneecaps. They don't look like they've got an athletic bone in the body, Luka and Jokic. But Jokic dominated so much. He won 3 MVPs because he's Serbian. And it was the Serbian who shot dead Franz Ferdinand, which triggered World War I. So all this Serbian and Slovenian, this all goes back to the war, the First and Second World War, why they're dominating. Like back in the day in the NBA, when did you have a Slovenian and a Serbian dominating the NBA? Pretty much all Americans, wasn't it? And did you know this right before I go? The 3 best players, arguably, in the league, or that are born in Europe, Giannis, all right, for the Bucks, Luka for Dallas, and Jokic for Denver. Now, combine the jersey numbers, all right? Giannis, who won the NBA Finals in 2021, he's number 34. You got Luka, is 77. And you've got Jokic, who's 15. Add up those 3 numbers, 126.
Wow.
Kobe died 126. Since Kobe died, the best 3 players in the league have been Giannis, Luka, and Jokic. Come on. Clearly just by the numbers. And I think that the last time Kobe was in the Staples Center alive, he was watching Luka and Dallas.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they shook hands and all of that. And so there's got to be something like the kind of a way where I'm going to pass the torch to you, Luka. You know what I mean? Like, this is what's about to go down. But we'll never know. But crazy stuff. So, Sean, Kodi, thank you. I appreciate this. Please all subscribe to Sean's YouTube channel and also to Kodi's. Help them out. Like, it's so easy to click that button just to subscribe. It does help us. It motivates us. You don't realize that unless you're a content creator. But I've been stuck on 11.9 for 3 months now. I think it's mockery. It's not taking me off 11.9 thousand reverse. 3 months. 3 months. Hey, just got to go with it. Got to go with it. So thank you all for watching. God bless you all. And I'll definitely watch this stream back. I don't usually do that, but I'm going to because there was a lot of
Thank you so much for taking the time to do this and just for like supporting me and everything. And again, we do have to do this again, like for sure.
Yeah, I'll keep supporting you, bro.
Yeah.
And yeah, thanks again, Adam. And again, if we want to do this again, I might try to plan a roundtable in after June 5th sometime.
Okay,
I might be doing another roundtable, so we'll get Joseph on, we'll get Adam on, we'll get, of course, Sean, and hopefully some other new people in the community that want to come on and show their face and share their info.
Like just share your finds. Like it's brilliant. Have no fear of that. You don't have to show your face. You don't have to tell us your life story. But if you have information you want to share, even if you pop into the stream for a minute to say, hey, I've got this information, and then just go. So yeah, share it. So that's what we've all got to do. So yeah, God bless every one of you. Thank you. I'll stay in touch with you all and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks again. I'm gonna have to go.
Thank you. And
Thanks,
I think we're gonna try. And Kodi, you still have time to stick around, or are you?
Yeah, I can be here for a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So for anyone who's still watching, yeah, we're gonna, I guess, just do what we usually do and just freestyle and yeah, hang out. So
yeah. In the chat, I should maybe try to invite Rambo. I wonder if Rambo would want to join one of the roundtables. I don't know. Maybe he won't want to do that, but I don't know. That would be cool to have Rambo on.
Yeah, I'll ask AJ if first. Well, I'll ask
AJ
AJ
too.
if he down too. Yeah,
I'd like to get AJ and Rambo on at the same time if I could. That would be cool.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if we can set that up. But I think that we can do a few roundtables over the next month. I just have to have reset my hours for my StreamYard. But after that, I can run some. So
sounds good. Wait, so it hasn't reset yet, right? Because it's going to reset in June. You said
June 5th. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, I'm excited for that because those are always so fun. And I was gonna say I forgot. I thought I meant to tell you, but like I wasn't even planning to, and I ended up somehow at the San Diego game, San Diego against the Yankees on Saturday.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't even planning to, and then just ended up there. And the score was 44-1, so that was funny too.
Man, dude, that's insane because like I thought it was insane that the guy from San Diego, what's his name now? I can't remember his name. The guy that died yesterday, he was from San Diego when you were in San Diego still, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like you were still in San Diego and this big guy dies and he was from San Diego. And I started looking into Rey Mysterio, right? So the wrestler. The guy that wears the mask, the little guy that's, the little short Mexican lucha libre. But yeah, what's interesting, I wanted to add this earlier when you guys were talking about the 2221.
Mm-hmm.
But if you type in Rey Mysterio, if you type in his full name, which I don't know exactly how to spell the whole thing, but if you type in his full name, yeah, notice he has the Rubio, which connects to red. And if you type in his full name and go to the standard cipher.
Wow.
And so now just type in his first and last name. Take out the Gutierrez.
Is the 149 or 121?
It's Revelation.
Yeah, that's right.
So not only does his full name have the amount of chapter or the whole Revelation, the 2221, right? Like the whole chapters, right?
Mm-hmm.
But his first and last name also has pretty much a direct match to Revelation. So, and Rey Mysterio, of course, he walks around with the cross right on his forehead. I mean, he's connected to the Bible and the Catholics, I mean, so there's something big here that I want to look more into with this guy, because his son is part of the Judgment Day right now too. And there's something big here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and I was just to reiterate it, but I remember I was like telling you how crazy it was, like when I was kind of putting some pieces together, like Rey Mysterio. Well, first of all, I loved Rey Mysterio growing up, and he's from 619. That's it. Well, his move is called the 619.
Right.
And yeah, that's the San Diego, and my initials SD, and it's just so interesting how he has this there's this father-son connection with Rey Mysterio and his son wrestling together, and
Mm-hmm.
and also just his name Rey Mysterio, that I resonate with that a lot, because as everyone who knows me, like outside of this, they think I'm just a really mysterious person, just because I don't really talk about myself when I go out. I'm kind of like a wallflower, but I like to still just be present. Like even this weekend when I was just with some of my friends I haven't seen in a while, like they just know me just for like not really like they don't really know much about me. Like
Yeah.
like so and a lot of people don't really I never really talk about my personal life that much, but that's just kind of what my um persona is. So it's really interesting that there's all that stuff on top of the mysterious thing. I wonder what mystery is.
Oh,
But yeah,
interesting. I think mystery equals Rey Mysterio. I think if you just type in Rey Mysterio and the word mystery, I think it has a match. It has that 125. See the 125 in
yeah.
reverse? Mystery has the 125 in standard ordinal.
Oh, this is weird because yeah, my dad my dad died in 1999.
Yeah, I just saw that too. As soon as you mentioned that, I saw that.
Oh, and then this is my birthday, October 7,
Wow,
10/7.
crazy. And
Yeah.
this guy's really connected to me too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not like super, but his name is Ray. My middle name is Ray,
Oh yeah.
and he's all about my birthday. Like he's always saying 619. I mean, everyone that knows Rey Mysterio thinks of 619, which is my birthday,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
is also King James' birthday. I think there's a connection between Rey Mysterio and King James. I'm almost positive there's going to be, because King James born on 619, and Rey Mysterio is all about the Catholic Bible, right? The Catholics, and
Mm-hmm.
so I there's more I want to look into.
Oh, this
But
is
if you
really
want,
interesting. Oh, hold on, let me just show you this real quick because this caught my attention. Oh, wait, not that. This. Yeah, this is pretty interesting right here.
look at
Because
that. Well, yeah, because he's the little guy, right? Like Pluto's the little planet.
oh yeah. Oh, that's a good one. But what were you gonna say before I cut you off?
No, I was just gonna say, once we're done finishing these thoughts, I can bring up my slides for this short little thing I have on Donald Trump and his trial today, how it's connected to everything. But
Oh yeah,
whenever
we could do that
we're
right
done.
now. I was just gonna look up real quick Mysterio. I'm gonna look up Mysterious too. But 404. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you see, it seems like he's coated with revelation in a lot
No,
of
for
different ways.
sure. For sure.
And his son's in Judgment Day too, so it's just like
Oh, Mysterious. That's interesting because Mysterious is 1054 and Jupiter is 1054. And that,
huh.
that connects to nuclear because the United States, if you look up, has conducted 1,054 nuclear tests in total. So
Right. Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's something I picked up from Seven, and it always sticks with me. But yeah, I could send it over to you right now.
Okay, yeah. Let me
That's
present.
That's
Let's
crazy that
see.
Luca and Anthony Edwards are exactly 127 weeks apart. That's
Oh,
wild.
that's a good one. All
So
right. So
you,
I'm just gonna.
I was gonna ask you real quick. Do you so you only have one screen, right? Like you use one screen for your um like your laptop is just like one screen.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why I was finding it hard to, because one time I did a live stream when I was at my mom's house and I was using my laptop, because right now I have two screens, so it's a lot easier with two screens. I find it I always found it to be hard with one screen, but maybe I just have to get more used to it.
Yeah. I mean, with the one screen, I run two different windows on my, and I do one window for my StreamYard, one window for my presentation part,
Mm.
and then I can just record the one window. I just record the one window that I'm using for presentation, and then
Oh, so then you're not
yeah,
even like you're not even watching the stream then, right? Pretty much.
no,
Okay.
I'm doing it with my phone. So essentially, I kind of have to. The only way I can watch this thing, like the actual stream and the comments, easy, is to have my phone next to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I had to do that too. That's why I see.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I'm excited to see this. So
Yeah. So everyone knows probably in the chat, Donald Trump is in his final stages of his hush money. So this event, Double or Nothing, AEW Double or Nothing, just occurred 2 days ago, and this is clearly connected to Donald Trump. I don't think there's any doubt. Well, first of all, you guys can see down with the red circles that they abbreviate the Double or Nothing with DON, like Dawn, right? So DON, AEW, DON, like Dawn, like the mafia, the Dawn, or like Donald Trump, right? And the Double or Nothing is connected to money, poker, and of course Trump is right now dealing with a hush money trial, right? So that's the first connection. That's pretty obvious, and yeah, so but it gets even crazier because after the Double or Nothing show the other day,
let me hide this.
this woman comes out and she says, here's the quote. I tried to screenshot it so you guys can see what she's saying in this video. She's basically saying that I'm looking to publish my book and it's entitled A Storm is Coming. So not only does this pay-per-view not only was it called Dawn, it's right after the show, this woman comes out and says, A Storm is Coming. That's her book title.
Wow.
And A Storm is Coming equals Donald Trump. And of course, we know that Donald Trump said, there's a storm coming, right? Calm before the storm. And yeah, if you guys want to watch this whole interview, here's the, you can look it up. Her name is Toni Storm. And yeah, so she titled her book, A Storm is Coming, 589, like Donald Trump. And again, I just wanted to go over the connection between money and the name of the show, Double or Nothing. Double or Nothing is basically talking about gambling, money, Vegas, poker, all that kind of stuff. But here's an example on the screen so you guys can see. But again, Trump being involved right now in the hush money, which is connected with the Double or Nothing phrase. And so you guys can see the main character on this cover is the centerpiece, right? The center woman. She's actually Snoop Dogg's cousin, Snoop Dogg, and Snoop Dogg's all about money also. But her name is Mercedes Monet, like money. And not only is her last name Money, essentially Monet, her first name is Mercedes, and that equals money. So there's two different ways her name is encoded with money. Not only is her last name Money, but her first name equals money.
No, that's clever.
And even down there at the bottom, you guys can see what article I looked up. A big time wrestling article says AEW Double or Nothing recap. Mercedes Monet is money. So what a joke. Mercedes and money. This is the type of stuff where I of course, I believe in the organic code and how everything is much higher, but this is the type of stuff where I question and I say, this is a simple, easy gematria thing right here, naming her Mercedes and, connecting her with money. The funny thing was, look at her birthday, Sean.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Also, before she was known as Mercedes Monet, she was known as Sasha Banks. So you got another money connection, Banks.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, I remember that name.
Yeah, and so this connects to Stormy Daniels, right? I just told you that at this show, you had this girl who's connected to the storm, which connects to Trump. And now you have this girl who's connected to money, which connects to the hush money of Stormy Daniels.
Wait, her last name is Varnado, like tornado almost? Or
Yeah, Varnado, yeah. Vernado, something like that.
That's interesting. Because wasn't there just like tornadoes around that time somewhere?
Yeah, there's been lots of tornadoes. Lots of tornadoes, man. Texas. You remember that song by Beyonce where she says, "There's a tornado in my city"?
Yeah.
Well, in Texas, right? The song was called Texas Hold'em.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been Oklahoma and Texas have been getting slaughtered by tornadoes.
Man.
So once again, you have that. I mean, I told you guys that was going to happen when I saw that, because I was like, okay, they're definitely telling us. Why was she just randomly saying there's a tornado? It doesn't even make any sense in the song.
Yeah.
Like, there's a tornado in my city. Like, that doesn't really make any sense there. And then you get all these tornadoes right now in Texas. So in Oklahoma, which is right next to Texas.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
So yeah, Mercedes Monet, Stormy Daniels, right? So what's interesting is Stormy Daniels was born on St. Patrick's Day. So this is going to connect in with what's going on in the NBA right now, with the Celtics being connected to St. Patrick's Day, right? The Celts. Well, obviously they just advanced to the finals, the Celtics, and Stormy Daniels, who's born on St. Patrick's Day, to today, where they're finalizing the Trump trial. It may end today, it may not. I heard that it could end today or maybe tomorrow, or if it gets drawn out by appeals, it could be longer. But they're still saying that the final arguments are for today and tomorrow. So, but from Stormy Daniels' birthday to today, it's 72 days. And President Trump 72. And of course, she's all about the hush money, right? And money 72. And of course, this ties back to the last slide where I connected Mercedes Monet, who was at this show, which is AEW Dawn. Okay. So yeah, this is very interesting that this is lining up with the money connection. It just in general with the show and with Mercedes Monet and with Stormy Daniels' hush money. So
yeah, that's pretty
then
good.
I started going back to where Trump said calm before the storm. And I don't know if a lot of you guys been seeing, but I've been bringing up these ciphers, these Francis Bacon modern key ciphers. And yeah, it worked out this time too. So Trump says it's the calm before the storm on October 5th, 2017. Well, that was the 278th day of the year. And storm is coming equals 278 in the Bacon cipher, the modern key. So, and notice that in just basic ordinal gematria, the answer to Mr. What he said was what storm, Mr. President, which also equals 278. So on the 278th day of the year, you get the storm statement. Storm is coming 278. What storm, Mr. President, 278. And I think they were telling you with this 278 who the storm was. Well, it was Stormy Daniels, which equals 278.
Oh, wow.
You see what I mean? I think there was this clue, Stormy Daniels 278. And what's interesting about this 278, Sean, is it's the anagram of the 287, and that's the Francis Bacon code number. So there's something here with the 278, 287, how it's just an anagram. I'm not going to get into that here, but I just talked about that in my video yesterday, the 287.
Yeah, did you see what Zenith made?
Yeah, I saw that post, and he really brought some more things together. With his, I still haven't got a chance to watch his video yet, but yeah, I know Xena. I'm gonna watch his videos, and I know he's gonna shed even more light on it. I think.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think I just saw the post, but yeah, I mean, it just really confirms like how spot on you are with this 287 stuff you're finding, and the 157 too. But yeah,
Yeah, and until just recently, I was trying to find. I hadn't used the ciphers because I hadn't found anything that was. I hadn't found any connections with it yet. But as soon as I started realizing, the video I showed yesterday was pretty much just an overload of how those numbers are coded. So now from going on, it's going to be probably the floodgates are going to open.
Yeah, I thought it
So
was interesting this connection right here. Someone brought up with about the Monet and like the Mona Lisa.
yeah,
Um,
and the Monet is like a French theme,
right.
and yeah, I hadn't had a chance to really look into that so much, but it's definitely definitely something to look into, the Mona Lisa. And the Moulin Rouge just happened too, and it kind of reminds me of that in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And the French stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
But so anyways, I just set the stage here with the 278 being the storm statement, the day of the year. And then if you go to this show, which I already connected to Donald Trump, you're going to see it equals 278. What's the chances?
Wow.
And I just told you at the end of this show, the girl who's named Tony Storm comes out and says a storm is coming. And I just told you that the 278 day of the year was when Trump said the storm is coming. So now this show equals 278. What's the chances?
Yeah.
And again, it connects back to Stormy Daniels, which equals 278, and a storm is coming 278. And you can see that she's referred to as an adult film star, which also equals 278. So this number seems to be coming up. And yeah, I think that's just because it was the 278 day,
It was making me think of there's a movie called Quiet Storm, right?
Quiet Storm?
I thought there's a movie called Quiet Storm. A Quiet Storm. Yeah, there's a movie called A Quiet Storm. Oh, I guess it's a Ron Artest or oh no, there's a thriller called The Quiet Storm. It's a thriller movie. But I just typed in like Quiet Storm, and Quiet Storm equals 157 in ordinal.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just wanted
that number's so big. The more I'm seeing it, and yeah, I see Casey in the chat talking about the 741 connection. Yeah, there was a huge Saturn connection that I left out of yesterday's video. But I think I just didn't want to put it in there because Saturn wasn't really the topic. But like the whole point was that remember what we found, Sean, with the whole Saturn connection with the Great Conjunction, and then Casey's talking about the 287 connecting to Saturn.
Yeah.
And I told you even a few days before that the last WWE event, King and Queen of the Ring, was all a tribute to Saturn. And the ring eclipse, I talked about when that was going on. I was messaging you that. So yeah, I didn't even do a video about that. I mean, that's a whole video I missed out on. I might have to just go back and do it.
And I feel like it'll be really interesting for you to look into. I'm sure you will stumble upon it the more you look into this. Like going off of your video from yesterday, like King Arthur. I feel like there's definitely got to be something to that too. And like, how I mentioned that Travis Scott connection with it looks like people say it's like an upside down cross, but it really looks like there's a sword in like the mountain.
Yeah.
And that's like that, like that mythological story about the sword and the stone.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I feel like there's got to be something with that, you know, like how I don't know. That's Excal. Is that the same story as the Excalibur, or
I think so. Yeah. I'm not so
yeah?
familiar with King Arthur, but I'm sure there is a whole wealth of decodes with King Arthur. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there is like a whole bunch to explore there. And actually, I'm actually a bit excited to explore it because I don't really know a lot about King Arthur's the history there, but I'm sure that's just like a gold mine.
Well, I think what you're
So
gonna find is gonna be it's gonna connect to pretty much what you've been looking into lately with like I feel like there's a lot of connections with the King Arthur and Jesus because you know, he had his 12 uh knights, you know, like which is funny because you've kind of established the whole thing with the round table, but
yeah,
yeah,
I
so it's
didn't
like
even I didn't even
and
plan on connecting with myself with a round table ever, but somehow that's just what ended up coming out.
mhm. And it's interesting because it kind of ties into like the 12 disciples, you know,
Yeah.
and like I guess because King it was like King Arthur and the 12 knights, but he's not considered one of the knights of the 12, so he's like like I guess the 13th, like kind of in the same way where Jesus he's not one of the 12 disciples, but he's, you know what I mean.
The 13th. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So there's something to that. I'm pretty sure you're gonna um you'll definitely find some stuff, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely planning on looking into it when I get time. It's just so much going on right now, especially in wrestling world. I think I'm just like dedicating myself to being a wrestling decoder at this point because there's so much going on. I can't even keep track of it all. It's you know, it's just that's the thing about wrestling is it never stops. There's shows every week, multiple shows every week. So,
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense.
but yeah, so with the 278, huge connection here with the show. And like I said, if you guys missed the beginning, just go back a bit. I talked about how this show was connected to Trump and the storm. But here's the big this is gonna where it gets even crazier, man. This right here blew my mind. This is connected to JFK. But so look at this. The AEW also had a character at the show last night named Donald Callis or Don Callis. And notice here it says Don Callis to present the Don Callis family, kind of like a mafia family, a contract on 5/29. Well, that's
Mm.
JFK's birthday.
Yeah.
And notice when he was born. What year was this guy born, guys?
The year that he died.
The year that JFK died. How
Wow.
many days before JFK died?
Oh, wow.
So this is gonna blow your mind, man. This is an insane slide right here. So this guy, Donald Callis, was born exactly 40 days before Jack Kennedy, which equals 40, died. This guy's original name that he became famous for was the Jackal.
Oh, wow.
John F. Kennedy was
Wow.
nicknamed Jack. The Jackal.
Wow.
And just look it down there at the bottom. This guy is known for being dishonest, liar, a snake, essentially. But what's the term for a jackal? A person who performs a dishonest or base deed. Okay, so dishonesty.
Mm.
And what is the number 40 associated with in a lot of ciphers, a lot of words? Well, right here, perjury, 40. Top secret, 40. Fiction, 40. Not honest, 40. Not true, 40. So this guy, who was nicknamed the Jackal, was born 40 days before Jack Kennedy, like Jackal, Jackal, who equals 40, died.
Wow. Even if
And
in his picture too, like it looks like he has a head wound.
yeah, it is. It is a head wound. And you know what the word callus means?
Like to harden or
Yeah, but what happens when you get a wound?
oh wow.
Do you guys understand what I'm
Good.
showing you here? I
That's
hope
good.
people understand what I'm showing right now. This is
I,
insane right here.
That's awesome.
And look at what death hoax equals.
40.
40.
Wow.
Just like perjury, just like not true, just like not honest, fiction, top secret, and Mercury, right? Why Mercury? The trickster.
Oh yeah, nice.
And John F. Kennedy was born in Gemini, ruled by Mercury. Donald Trump born in Gemini, ruled by Mercury.
Yeah, and then in the Bible, Jacob, he was known as the deceiver, right?
Mm-hmm.
And have that, like, Jack is basically just, that is short for Jacob.
Right. Yep. So I hope people are. I'm going to do a video about this on my own channel because it's too big to like not present on my own channel too. But I'm glad I get to show it here first, at least. But yeah, what you pointed out here is amazing with the head wound here, like the scar. And look at what his old name used to be. Cyrus, shortened to Cyrus the Virus.
Wow. And they were that's what they were calling Trump, remember? They were saying that he was like the next Cyrus.
Right, exactly. Yeah. If this isn't the most obvious connection in the world, I don't know what is. I mean, this is so obvious. Like the head wound.
And on top of the fact that there's I know, like, people say that, like, the CIA, like, they were the ones who were behind the death, but there's also like there's a lot of other theories saying that it was the mafia have you heard those theories, how the mafia was the ones responsible for it?
Yeah, that's why I brought this up, because this is connected to the Don Callis family, right? So this is where it says, this is for tomorrow. On JFK's birthday, Don Callis to present the Don Callis family contract. On JFK's birthday? And then he's connected so perfectly with this. The hoax death, 40 days before JFK. Jack Kennedy, 40. Jackal is somebody who's dishonest, Jack. And it just, you see how perfect it is, right? Because all this connects with the 40. Head wound, 40. Death hoax, 40. Perjury, all of it. Like,
and then
when I saw that,
or for the dishonesty part too, like his birthday is 10/13, like the
right, like 113.
113.
Yep, exactly. I didn't even put that here, but exactly. And look how old he is. He's 60, right? And we're about ready to have the 60th presidential election. Donald Trump equals 60.
It's crazy that it's JFK's 107th birthday, like Casey mentioned earlier. That's just interesting to point out, but that's just like extra. I mean, everything else here, you're right. This page is epic right here. Just all this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a page I need to share just on Twitter, just this page, because I think this is like the most obvious thing, one of the most obvious things I've shown in a while. I mean, I show a lot of obvious things, but this one is like, whoa, because this connects a lot of different narratives that we've talked about: the head wound, possibly the hoax death of JFK, the dishonesty code, the Mercury trickster code.
And today's I think we mentioned it before, but today's 60 years, 6 months, 6 days after the JFK's death.
Okay, yeah.
So I guess the day before.
Exactly. I that's why I'm like, I wonder what's going to happen with this case in the next 2 days. But, for me, well, I got one more slide. Hold on. So to connect Trump and this Donald, I got 2 more slides.
Wait, so this was Trump. This was on the 26th, right? Like this event.
Yeah.
So you'll find something interesting. I could just say it, but from JFK's death to 5/26, it was 22,101 days, and that's your 22/11. The date that he died on, 22/11. That actually, trying to think. Give me 1 second. Oh, dude, this is insane. Okay, so do you have the Gematrinator with you?
Yeah, I can pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean this is like hugely connected to Revelation. So again, just do the date duration from JFK's death to the 526. So yeah, so look at the days, but not only that, now type in the number property for 404, like the 404 versus Revelation. So it's not gonna be as clear, but it's 2 times 2 times
I see it.
101.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see it.
So that's
Huh.
that's
Wow.
so that's like on the nose, you know, that's crazy.
Yeah. Wow. And you
Yeah.
know, the book of Revelation is about judgment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Donald Trump is in a court.
Oh,
I
right,
think
right.
I think that's why it all ties together, you know, like the judgment. And actually, you know, Judgment Day equals 173, the 40th prime. I'll
Oh,
show
wow.
you. That's the 40th prime number, right? So I showed that here in this slide. From Donald Trump's birthday on the calendar every year, Donald Trump's birthday is exactly 17 weeks, 3 days before Don Callis, which is the 40th prime. And that's also 4 months and 0 days, which is like 40.
Wow.
And again, I just showed in the last slide that this guy, Don Callis, connects to JFK with the number 40. So now he connects to Trump also. That's
Yeah,
just
and then I was gonna say it might also be worth noting because I remember you mentioned that Sunday was the 1041st prime amount of days after 9/11. And so maybe just to add on to like your findings, but I don't know. I mean, I think you've just this information itself is already on the nose, but I think that is important to add to this too. That yeah, so from 9/11 to that day, 526, which was that was Sunday, right? 526.
Yep.
So yeah, so it was the 1041st prime amount of days, and again the 1041 that connects to Revelation 9/11 because Revelation 9/11 is 154th verse and of Revelation, and 154 154th prime number is 887. So when you add 154 plus 887, it's 1041, and that it talks about Abaddon, dawn.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, there could that might be worth noting too, but
Yeah,
I mean,
I
everything on
think
35 is just perfect, anyways.
yeah, I think the 1041 had a huge connection. I mean, just the 141, which is kind of like the 1041, and how that also connects to your 811 as well. So I
Mm-hmm.
think the whole thing is like crazy right now with these connections. And I don't know, man. I just feel like we're on the verge of something big coming, and it's just like it's just building these little like events that are happening, you know.
Yeah, no, I feel
And
the same.
so it's just, is it really going to be this June? I mean, because there's so much pointing to it, but I guess we're close enough. We're about ready to see.
Yeah,
So
and there's also something
um,
else that's interesting. I could point out, if you could pull up the Gematrinator again. So since I mean this connects to the whole head wound thing, look up the number properties and type in the number 8911. So 8911. This is gonna be the 133rd triangular number you can see. Okay, so now if you go from now, like Trump and JFK, they have that Gemini connection, right? So if you go from the starting date, make it 8911, 1/1, like August 9th, 2011. And then if you go to the first day of Gemini this year, 5/20, 2020, 24. That's the first day of Gemini. And oh, sorry, I make the point. So the reason why that 133 is important is because remember Revelation 13:3 about the beast receiving the deadly head wound.
Yeah, and don't forget also, yeah, that's
President.
the president and White House, 133.
Yeah, so
Whoops.
there might be something to that, the 133rd triangular number, and then to the first day of Gemini this year.
Did you ever check out this date?
I never did.
1967.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a date. There's got to be something to that. I'll look into it if you want. If you have anything else to say or to share, like, was that all from your?
Yeah, I got one more slide to connect with this Donald Callis thing. So let me just recap it real fast so people remember. Donald Callis connected with JFK with the 40, Jackal, Jack Kennedy. Jack means dishonest. Head wound, death hoax, all 40. He's presenting a contract on 5/29, which is JFK's birthday. And then Donald Trump connected with this guy also with the 40, because every year Donald Trump is born 4 months apart, exactly 40 from Donald Callis, which is 17 weeks, 3 days, which is the 40th prime. And just to top it all off, how long has Trump been in this trial? Well, the trial supposedly started on April 15th. That was Lincoln's death date.
Mm-hmm.
And so what are the chances that it from the trial, to today is 43 days old, and assassination equals 43. And the two guys that are involved in this, there's 43 days between the death date of Lincoln and the one day before JFK's birthday. So that just points to also that theme, that's the assassination theme. So yeah, I think again, Trump's character is being assassinated right now. His character flaws, right? So I think that's also a possible narrative, but a lot of people will argue and say there has to be an actual physical head wound.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I mean,
did you check from that headshot date when he got his?
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't.
Oh, there's something pretty interesting. Oh, I was looking at the wrong dates. Sorry.
It's 278, man.
Dude.
I was just talking about that number.
Oh my god. Wow.
278 days. Holy crap, how did I not see that? That's Stormy Daniels, man. Hold on. Yeah, this whole slide right here I made. Well, these slides, he said the storm is coming 278 day.
It's double coded, dude. You got to check the weeks. Check the weeks. It's double coded.
Weeks?
Oh, go to the 29th. The 29th.
And
then check the weeks with the extra date.
Oh, 40. Yeah. Crazy, man. So yeah, that is crazy, because I just told you that was the huge number connecting Donald Callis and Donald Trump and JFK.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the judgment, Judgment Day 173, 40. So yeah, I mean, these 2 days here, and this 278 is insane, man. Like, I can't believe it. So can you believe it? The two main numbers I'm talking about in this decode, the 40 and the 278, they both came up here from the Trump mugshot to these days. That is insane.
Yeah, that 40 is pretty
big.
I think that.
Yeah, just so people can see the 278 again. And again, don't forget, this show is titled AEW Dawn,
Yeah.
So, and if you type in, AEW, it equals dawn, or it equals hush, like hush money. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And it equals stormy. Basically the 52 here.
Did you ever
And
wait? Did you make the connection already? How he's like the calm before the storm, and you know, like when you calm somebody down and you tell them to hush, like you know when you're trying to calm people
oh, no, I didn't think of that yet. No, but that's a good point.
down. Yeah, I feel like there's gotta.
Wow, that's actually really good, man, because calm before the storm, calm hush money. But that's what I mean is I feel like there's a money event coming, man. There's a money event coming.
Yeah,
Like a crash of the dollar, the stock market, crypto. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's almost like they're trying to keep something quiet about the money. You know what I mean? Central bank digital currencies are coming.
yeah. It's hard to say whether it's gonna be bad or good, right? Because you know how you're talking to me about that cycle that happens with the crypto.
Uh huh.
So it's like, what if they're inferring that we're about to start that cycle again?
Holy crap! Holy crap, man! That's
Oh,
it. I think this is it.
oh my god.
I just randomly thought of that, man.
Oh my god.
Hold on. And that number doesn't come up often in my decoding. 278. I've never seen that number before. So it's like there's not a lot of connections with that number, but
This is pretty interesting right here. So August 27/8 is the 239th day of the year. Golden Gate. Is it Golden Gate or Golden Gate Bridge equals 239? Something about the Golden Gate, but I know that equals 239 in Latin.
hold on. CBDC. I mean, that's insane, man. I think that's what they're saying. They're trying to be quiet because there's people are going to riot as soon as these digital currencies. I just feel like, yeah, it's CBDC equals 12, 12, 12, 12. I mean,
It's interesting how it's 2400. Like, you know, this a year.
yeah. It has a 72, and Sumerian like money equals 72.
Mm.
So
That was a crazy find though.
yeah, I need to see and look at this. It even talks about the present concept of CBDCs differs from virtual currency and cryptocurrency, and that a CBDC would be issued by a state. Most CBDC implementations will likely not use or need any sort of distributed ledger. So that's interesting too that they're saying that because they're talking about Bitcoin in here too. But there is one company who is connected to all the bank. Oh my gosh, what is this? By March 2024, the central banks of 134 countries, accounting for 90% of the world's GDP, were said to be in various stages of evaluating the launch of national digital currency. And look at this 134 number, man.
Oh wow.
And you know who is connected to doing central banks, right? It's Ripple.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
they're coding it. They're coding this.
Oh wow.
They're
I see what
telling
you're
you
saying
right
now.
here, man.
Totally.
The problem is they're completely holding XRP down right now, making it seem like a joke until they decide to do this. And this was just this year, March 2024, 134 countries. I mean, why choose that number,
Yeah.
And just type in, XRP Bank of Brazil. Ripple unveils on-demand liquidity service in Brazil. Central Bank of Brazil takes crypto regulation. And just look at the one on this list. Central Bank of Brazil right here.
No.
So, yeah.
Dang.
Anyways, I got off on a tangent, but I still think, because don't forget, I guess that means, going back to that great conjunction, right? I guess this is a good time to talk about Saturn and Jupiter, because the great conjunction was Saturn and Jupiter. And notice that it's been 179 weeks, like the 41st prime, and then 41 months. So there's something here with that too. And also with this connection, this was when Donald Trump was still in office, and this is when the lawsuit against XRP happened. Right, essentially on this day.
Yeah. Yeah, and that could also be a big clue too, like with what Casey mentioned about 287 being 7 times 41 and Saturn equals 741.
Right, yeah, because that was the whole thing with what I was seeing with that 287, because, and you know how I connected Saturn. What was the connection? Do you remember what it was with what was that? Huh. I can't remember. Oh, it was 1273 days.
12. Oh, shoot. Yeah.
It was to the Clash at the Castle, or it was to 616. It doesn't matter which one but Clash at the Castle, right? A WWE event is on 1273, right? And 73 is the 21st prime.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about 12, right? If I can get this to work, 12, and then 73, which is the 21st prime. And we're going from the date 12/21. And Saturn equals 21.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 741, which you're talking about with connection to the 187 or the 287. But remember, this also has another connection. This event is 93 weeks exactly after the king became king on 9/3, or after the first Clash at the Castle on 9/3. It's exactly 93 weeks. So there's another Saturn connection.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was one more I was trying to point out here. Oh, I forgot this also had 73 date numerology. So you guys see this 73 and 37 date numerology. There's your 12/21 again.
Oh, wow. Nice.
So holy crap, there was another one I totally forgot about now, but yeah, I can't remember now. I don't know if you remember, but
Trying to see if I can find
a connection that we made.
Oh, was it it didn't have to do with the number 2112 or something? You said 21 to 12 days, 93 weeks is 1 year, 286 days.
No, it was something to do with the 651.
Oh, because does Saturn equal 651? Because I know you said that.
No,
like
651 is the 12th.
Oh, okay. It was 651 days. Or 93 weeks is 651 days. That's what you wrote.
Yeah,
93
that's
weeks
what
is
it is.
651 days.
Yeah, that's what it is. Okay.
Oh, and then 651 is the 21st. Yeah, that's it. It's the 21st pentagonal.
All right, so yeah, let's go back to 9/3/2022 when that first clash at the castle, right? And if you go to the second clash at the castle, it's exactly 93 weeks, which is 651 days, which is the 21st pentagonal. And as you can see, Saturn equals 93 and 21. And again, it's coded so many different ways because 12 and 21 are both connected to Saturn.
Well, yeah, you should check. Yeah, this comment from Casey, that's huge too.
7:41 minutes is 12:21, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Wow. So that all ties together.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a huge Saturn connection here. And again, don't forget Charles III. It's all about him because he became king that day. So Charles III equals 234. Wait, hold on. Charles III. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Charles III equals Ripple in Jewish. Anyway, that's interesting. But yeah, so much.
Did you try finding anything with like Chronos or Cronus?
I didn't type in No, is it Kronos or Cronus?
That's the thing, because there's like variations of how to spell it, but because I know there's one with a K too, like Kronos.
Uh-huh.
But there is Cronus too.
I mean, I guess whatever the one Wikipedia is showing is the one I'm going to go with because that's the more common one.
That's Cronus.
NUS?
Yeah. US. Yeah.
Definitely not as I mean, it equals, what's crazy about that one is it equals money. It has a lot of connections to money.
Oh, that's interesting because you know the phrase like time is money?
Right.
And time, like Saturn is the god of time or the father of time.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something to that.
It's just, when you get these kind of connections, because if you're overlapping it, you would see that Jupiter, which is the son of Saturn, right? Jupiter also has these numbers, the 90 and the 36.
Mm.
And of course, Jupiter is the son of Saturn, which is essentially the son of Kronos. So, yeah, but I just think that the Saturn is such a strong word because first of all, because it has this big tie with the 21 in this cipher.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the big cipher where the 21 seems to be like this huge number,
Mm-hmm.
Rose, Mary, Jesuit, Pluto, Moon, everything equals 21 in that cipher. So, yeah. So, and do you remember? Did I ever do I think I did a video on this, but Taylor Swift in her video. Oh, that video came out on May 27th, I think, last year. So like just almost exactly a year ago. But that video, it was called Karma.
Yeah.
And it was all about Saturn and the moon. Hold on. Because the video, if I can find like an actual picture of it. Here it is. But yeah, you see, you can't see it really well here, but Taylor Swift is lassoing the moon and Ice Spice is lassoing Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, something interesting
So,
about that. I learned from Casey that the moon and Saturn were the only two planets in Gemini on 9/11,
ah,
and it was in the eighth house, which that's the death house.
ah,
Or
interesting.
at the time of, they were the two planets that were there at the time of 9/11. So, yeah, there's a really interesting connection with those two.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm just trying to see if Casey sees any other symbolism. I'm sure if he sees something, he'll write it in the chat. Um, but yeah, definitely, this came out exactly a year ago.
A year ago today?
Yesterday, I think.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to remember what I talked about. Let me see what karma equals on. See, in the video, she's always saying karma is a cat, which equals 21, like Saturn and Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, it's pretty on
so
the
yeah,
nose. Right,
huh?
that's pretty on the nose right there.
Yeah, I just can't remember what it all was I was seeing in that video, but I'm gonna give the screen back to you now. So
Okay, well, yeah. So I was gonna say, I guess we have two options depending on how much time you have. I I'm gonna get a call around 3:30, just because I think I'm gonna get some information about when I start like my new job. So I think I'm gonna, yeah, be calling around, have someone call me around 3:30. So I don't know if you have more time, and if you want, maybe like you could maybe present something, because it's not gonna be a long call, or if it's late, we could end it like right before 3:30. It's up to you.
so right now it's 12:10, so it must be 2:10 there, right?
It's 3:10.
Or yeah, 3:10. Sorry.
It'd be 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's already 12:30 here, so I mean, I think 12:30 is a good time for me to end it because
Okay.
I mean, yeah, because I need to get some sleep. Otherwise, my girlfriend hates when I'm so tired, falling asleep on the couch the next day. So, yeah, but
So she sleeps a lot earlier.
oh yeah, she sleeps earlier and wakes up earlier. So, and I'm the type of person that when I'm not using my brain to decode, I'm like super chill and super like relaxed and falling asleep like easily. So, yeah, it's better I get a good night rest at least, you know. I mean, we could, I mean, maybe we could go. It depends on how long your call would be. I mean, I would want to stay up any later than 1 o'clock, like 1 a.m. here, but
Yeah. No, it would. I don't think it's gonna really take that long, but um, yeah. I mean, is there anything else that you've been that you might want to share?
let me think. I was trying to think what else I wanted to. There was something else. I just can't remember it right now. There was something else with the. I was just thinking about it earlier, and then it completely left my head.
Like sports or politics related, or Rosicrucian related?
Shoot, man, just completely lost it. I know it'll come back to me at some point. Maybe you could, it's something you want to share, and maybe it'll come back to me. And if you share something, I'll probably just be able to go off of that. So,
Well,
the Golden Gate Bridge connection with what's his name that just died yesterday?
Oh, right.
Bill Walton.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Um, so you want to go? You want to go over that? Do you want to share your screen again, or okay? Actually, because I was okay. We could just do that. Or I was gonna say if you wanted to save that for when I have to make a call, but
Well, I don't have a slides done for that, so
okay.
so
Do you remember it?
be me.
Do you remember it? Because we could.
So, I mean, you know a lot about this already. You know, yesterday was the anniversary of the opening of the Golden Gate,
Mm-hmm.
and Bill Walton died that day, right? So there must be a connection. That's what the first thing I thought immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everyone else was thinking about the Celtic connection, but as soon as I realized it was the opening date, the 87th, huh?
Well,
Well,
870. Trying to remember because I remember 871 being significant. Let me see. It's a little abstract. Well, it has to do with your birthday because the 619, because 871 is the 6th prime and the 19th prime.
okay, yeah.
That's something I always kind of thought about. But what else is interesting about that 1367 is, well, it has to do with, I know we've talked about Revelation.
Today was 219, man, I think. Also.
What was that?
Was it 219?
Oh, yesterday?
Oh, it was one day before or one day after. I thought it was, but
so I know talk about Revelation 6:12 a lot, but it has to do with this Revelation 6:12 because you get this ordinal value of 2210, and so 2210. Oh, this 526 is interesting too, regarding that day. But anyways, 2210. So when you look at this number, it's the first, the third, the sixth, and the seventh primes, right?
yeah.
So that's like the going back to the 871, the 1367, 1367. So I always thought that 1367 was pretty significant in terms of this verse with the reverse value. And I know 219. I feel like there's a lot of things about 219. I know Casey has a lot of interesting things to say about 219. But was there something else? So I'm trying to read back what you wrote about the.
Yeah. What I found interesting was that if you go to the Chaldean cipher, Bill Walton, he died at 71, right? So yeah, just go to the Chaldean cipher and type in his full name. No, his full name is William Theodore Walton.
I don't know if I'm spelling theater right.
That's it. Yeah, the third.
So with the
one,
like
one.
that, or
Yep.
with
I. Yeah. Okay. So William Theodore Walton dies on the 87th birthday of the Golden Gate. Okay.
Wow,
So now type in the Golden Gate Bridge.
That's really good.
So it's basically inversed. He dies. He dies on the 87th, and then he dies at 71 and the Golden Gate Bridge equals 71.
That's so good.
So
And Yeah, I gotta look more into him.
And the 611 connection to him. Oh, he was also known as a dead Grateful Dead fan.
Oh,
Which is
wow.
also interesting. Why? Because you know where Grateful Dead was founded, right?
San Francisco.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
They played their last show in San Francisco also last year.
And oh, this is okay. This is really interesting because talks this the luckiest guy in the world. Yeah, it's making me
Really?
think about
I didn't see that.
yeah, and it's making me think of like it's making me think of the everything with the Wheel of Fortune card.
Oh yeah.
And it's interesting that he died of cancer because so again the Wheel of Fortune card is ruled by Jupiter. And
you see what Casey's typing?
Let me see it. This one?
Uh-huh.
Wow. That's crazy. But I was really thinking about like another thing that Casey has told me is that Jupiter is exalted at the degree where Sirius and Sirius is fixed in Cancer. So it's you have this theme with Jupiter, like the Wheel of Fortune card, and then the luckiest guy in the world. He was on the Celtics, and the Celtics, like the Irish luck, all that. And then he dies of cancer, where Jupiter is exalted. So I find that really interesting. There's something also with the 71. Oh, okay. And then this too. So look at this. If you remember the Singapore flight, there were 71 people injured.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, 71 injured. And again, it was flight. So SQ321, right? Let me see if I could zoom in.
Wait, SQ?
Yeah.
1917, bro. That's JFK's birth year.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot. And like just add on to this. So like I was thinking about the 321. So it's interesting because Jupiter sorry. Pretty sure it's in Latin. Jupiter. Oh no, it's not that. Oh no, I think it's Zeus, because you know Zeus is the equivalent.
Uh-huh.
Is it Zeus, Jupiter? Or is it just Jupiter? Oh, sorry, it's prime. So Jupiter equals 321 in primes. Yeah, Jupiter equals 321 in primes. And what else was I gonna say about that? So again, oh yeah, and then just to connect that to the Wheel of Fortune card, the Wheel of Fortune card is ruled by Jupiter.
And that Wheel of Fortune card is featured in the Ripple Grateful Dead song. Gosh, this is all connected, man. This is so insane.
Yeah, Jupiter and the Wheel of Fortune card.
Yeah, and this is featured in the very end of that Ripple Grateful Dead song. And this guy that you were talking about, or, that we were just talking about, he's a Grateful Dead fan.
Oh shoot!
A huge Grateful Dead fan too. I mean, just Google it. You can see he's actually been on stage with them and everything.
Wow. Wow.
Biggest deadhead in the world. Type that in.
On the gematria?
Yeah, biggest deadhead in the world.
Deadhead in the world.
1318. You see that? 1318.
Oh well, yeah.
And 888, 333, 229, the 50th prime, 121, like Revelation, Antichrist.
Wow. I wonder what Deadhead is. That makes me think of the head wound, like the dead.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wow.
You get this right now? Because now we're connecting JFK, and I just told you that flight that you said, it has JFK's death date or his birthday year, 1917.
Oh wow. And then Casey said these two things too. So Mercury equals 1917. Let me look that up. Yeah, and squares. I'll just keep so 1917, and then he said, oh, there's a Grateful Dead song called Casey Jones. George Floyd died on 5/25. Casey Jones born 5/25.
Hey,
what's up?
It just makes me think, why are they calling him? Why have we now seen two posts about Bill Walton calling him the luckiest man in the world and the biggest deadhead fan in the world? You know, it's all connected to that world card you were just talking about. They keep saying that.
This one?
Yeah, because twice now we looked up Bill Walton and he's the biggest deadhead in the world and the luckiest man in the world.
Right.
You know? Why they keep using that phrase with him, right?
Yeah.
Didn't I see that? The luckiest man in the world? Didn't they call him that?
Yeah, no, for sure. That was the thing that yeah, right here.
Can you type that in? The luckiest man in the world?
Can't believe I didn't think about that. Oh, Frank Schwab.
Frank equals Donald.
Oh wow.
That's a huge code, actually.
And he just stepped down too. Klaus Schwab.
Exactly. But look at that, the 314 there.
Oh wow.
Oh, and it's got the 116, man. That's the whole code I didn't even talk about yet. The 611 code with Bill Walton. His height was 6'11".
Oh wow. Oh, that's right.
And
that's right. Yeah.
His height was 6'11", and
133. Oh, that's Revelation 13:3. The deadly head wound.
But yeah, his height was 6'11". If you go look up when he won his first championship with the Trailblazers, it was 6 days before Seattle Slew won the Triple Crown on 6'11", and he played for. When he won that first championship, he played for Portland, which is near Seattle. It's the closest big city near Seattle.
Yeah, and then I heard a lot of people sharing that he died 666 days after Bill Russell. Did oh yeah, Delusion, he said that earlier. And oh yeah, he brought up like maybe were you here the whole time? Because he also was making the connection with the money, like the bills, like the Bill Walton, Bill Russell, potentially.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. This is all connected to the money right now, because this is all actually going back to Ripple too. Again, because there's only one cryptocurrency that's associated with the Grateful Dead, and that's Ripple, and that means they're connected to, the bill, right?
Yeah, the 611 thing is interesting too, because how, like, with this being like, this airline incident, and then Casey's like mentioned how the AAA or FAA is 611. Wait.
Yeah, 611.
Wait, oh no, you're in it. Oh no, sorry. It was, what was the 611 connection with the FAA? Oh, because it's
FAA is 611 letters.
Yeah. And
FAA, and
then
Uranus equals 611.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's like an interesting connection with this sky connection. We have been seeing a lot of things that have to do with Jupiter. Especially like I guess maybe it has to do with the fact that with but I started seeing it a lot right when we entered Gemini, and it might be because like and Gemini and or Gemini's ruled by Mercury, and then opposite of Gemini is Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter.
Right.
So, and then like the whole thing with JFK, like him being a Gemini, and when he died, that was the first day of Sagittarius, like the very first day of Sagittarius, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Sagittarius begins around November 22nd.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
and
Sagittarius.
it ends on 12/21, or 12/21. So that kind of goes back to the Saturn connection.
There's a huge Sagittarius connection. I was looking at with the arrow, right, like the archer, and
I was gonna say, do you want me to do you want to share your screen real quick? So then, if I have to make a call or have to just take the call real quick, then you can take over.
Yeah, I don't have anything up here right now, but if it comes through, just share your screen and I'll just click my thing and I'll let me see. Let me see if I have anything to actually show them. I don't know if I was working on anything else.
So going off of that, what you're talking about with Sagittarius, it's like the hunter, and think about like the whole thing with JFK, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too, with the arrow, being like a bullet or hunter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gigi in the chat is talking about Walmart connecting to Walton, which is a good connection.
Okay.
Walmart equals 88. Actually, Walmart equals Trump. Type in Trump and type in Walmart. That's interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
Casey had made a huge.
Yeah. I want to go back to what Casey was saying. Which one are you referring to? Is it this one?
I think it was farther back. He was talking about something. I wanted to bring it up. I just can't remember where. Oh, all the way back up here. Casey, he wrote, Bill Walton is born on 87 date numerology. 87 is Mercury.
Oh.
Remember?
Can't find that one. Oh, there it is.
So this is interesting because I just told you he died on the 87th anniversary of the Golden Gate, man.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
So I got to go back to his birthday. What was his birthday again?
November 5th.
Oh, yeah, the election, of course. The election this year. 1952. That's crazy, man. It's talking about the election for sure. Let's see. So that means this year's election.
Wasn't there am I tripping, or was there a president whose code name was Trailblazer or somebody?
I thought that too, but I can remember. Huh. So
I think
this
wasn't it KFJ or KFJ? Wasn't it JFK? I thought JFK was.
it's Lancer, I think.
Oh, that's right. Secret Service. Well, it says there is one because it says right here, 11 presidents. Trailblazer is one of them. So who was it?
Yeah, we got to figure out who that was then.
Oh, George W. Bush.
Of course. Of course. Well, that's interesting.
Let's see. Maybe his name will lead us somewhere.
You know what I find interesting? George W. Bush equals Washington.
Hmm.
And I found another connection earlier too with the 130, how George W. Bush equals 130 and Washington equals 130. Well, I know you can't bring it up, but if you go to the simple Francis Bacon cipher, Donald Trump equals 130.
Oh wow!
And guess how much?
Oh, wow!
Just go look up how much money Donald Trump was supposedly paid to Stormy Daniels.
Oh wow! Dang.
So again, more proof of these Francis Bacon ciphers. Donald Trump 130.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
and then
sure.
that somehow connects to with George W. Bush, right? Because in the IPEC GOAT, George W. Bush, Donald Trump doesn't actually appear in that. It was Obama, right? But George W. Bush is wearing the D on his hat, like for Donald. And so George W. Bush and Donald Trump essentially equal 130, you know.
So yeah, I see what you mean. Like that could just be symbolic of like George W. Bush was like in place of Donald Trump in that.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, the 130 is also interesting because I think that Bray Wyatt's brother, Uncle Howdy, also equals 130. And that was the character that was responsible for the Pitch Black match, and you know, and he's the one that's returning right now. You know, the guy who played Uncle Howdy, which equals 130.
I thought this was interesting how they mentioned this. That I guess this was part of the whole thing that sought to downplay the fallout by saying the Access Hollywood tape was not a doomsday event.
What the heck? What kind of heck? That's crazy. Doesn't even make any sense in there. Ooh, doomsday event equals 162. You know what day of the year that is, right? June 11th, 162 day.
That's on. Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, that's just on the leap year. So that's this year.
No, that's in a normal year, 162. So I think there's something there, maybe.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting to the, like Casey mentioned about Walton being born on the 347th anniversary of Guy Fawkes Day, the 69th prime in Cancer, like, you know, Cancer in 69.
Right.
This is something interesting I just realized. Doomsday event equals 644 right here. And I believe the time of 6:44 is the 404th minute of the day.
Okay. Well, again, tying back to Revelation,
Yeah.
and I think,
that stuff about Rey Mysterio is crazy.
yeah, I honestly can't wait to like do a deep research into that. Ooh. Access Hollywood. Type in Double or Nothing. That's interesting. It's pretty much the same, I think. And like at least the 4 base ciphers, I think it's got the same gematria as Access Hollywood.
Oh, let's see.
And you know that character that I showed you guys.
Oh yeah, dang.
That character that I showed you guys after the Double or Nothing show, she said she acts like she's in a Hollywood. Her character's all about being in a Hollywood film.
Oh, that is very interesting.
And you know, this Trump thing is all connected to Hollywood because it's a show, right? It's a script. That's what they keep telling us. They keep saying this is a drama, like a Hollywood movie, right? That's why they filmed the Trump scenes or the Joker film like right outside the same court, you know? That's what they're pretty much saying.
Yeah. I hope they really mean what they say about this when they say that it's not a doomsday event. Hope not.
Yeah, man, that's insane. That's this insane wording for
I
that.
wonder what put together they are. The 116 again. Oh, this is pretty interesting. Fibonacci, because that's like the year the King James Bible came out.
Yeah.
I don't see that often.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say something a bit ago. Oh, I've forgotten again. I guess I'm getting tired.
Yeah, we could actually, if you want to get going too, we could do that so then you can rest up.
Yeah, I think it's best because yeah, I think I'm getting too tired to even really to really even to add anything good at this point. But yeah, there was one more thing I wanted to say too. I just can't.
I think your name. I felt like I saw your name equaling 969. Somewhere. I don't remember where. Oh, it's interesting how you got the 173.
Yeah. My middle name though, was it with my middle name?
Or it's without your middle name? Oh, maybe.
I mean, I was just saying if the Ray maybe puts it.
Yeah. Might have been. Maybe it is your handle. Yeah, your handle 969.
Interesting. And that was in the same cipher as what was that other thing that equaled 969?
Doomsday.
Oh. Well.
And that was it. That was the original speed of Saturn. 9.69. What is it?
Yeah, Saturn equals 69 also.
I think it's currently 9.68 kilometers. Oh, Saturn 9.69 kilometers per second. I think now it's 9.68, but this was what it was before, 9.69. And
yeah. I just find that funny that Saturn equals 69. Also, you know.
969 connects to like 1377. It's one of the
Okay.
conversions. I saw this number recently. Like I saw something that was like perfectly like 376 weeks or something, but
let's see. I was thinking about that 157.
Kevin Costner. That'd be interesting.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, Methuselah. Yeah, that was there. Methuselah was 969 years old. Yeah, the longest life.
Well, the 969 is like the yin yang. Yeah, it's kind of like the double yin yang almost.
Yeah.
So that kind of reminds me of like a completion, like just like full circle, like. Man, I just can't. There was something really big I wanted to say before I get off here. I'm just trying to think of it right now. Yeah, my brain's just lapsing, man. Sorry.
No problem, man. I do it all the time. My brain is always like that. So,
but you reminded me in this stream. I need to get back working on my decode about the Wheel of Fortune thing. Didn't even finish it, and now I think I can do more research on this Bill Walton.
Yeah, that was some interesting stuff you're talking right now.
This Bill Walton thing with the luckiest man alive and the biggest deadhead in the world. Luckiest man in the world, biggest deadhead in the world. Yeah, I think there's something there. With the... Ooh, I mean, that is interesting with if there's an XRP connection, because Ripple XRP equals 109 and 134, so it has two of the same numbers in the base ciphers.
All right.
Again, he was a deadhead, and again, if you already watched the Ripple video the other day on the live stream, remember? So.
This was interesting. Oh yeah, remember that 242 number? Where right now Los Angeles is 242 years old. And then there's a 242 that had to do with your synchronicity. Oh yeah, I think the book that fell in your house was 242.
You know, also what I'm seeing there, the 262, I made a whole video connecting that 262 to XRP in San Francisco. I don't know if you ever remember that, but that was back because Brock Purdy, the quarterback for the 49ers, he was selected 262nd overall, and he was called Mr. Irrelevant. So yeah, it's really interesting, man. Like something going on here with this, and this connects with Drew McIntyre too, because you realize that the Celtics were founded on this. They have the same birthday as Drew McIntyre.
Oh wow!
The guy I talked about in yesterday, the Scottish warrior.
Yeah.
And Drew McIntyre was born.
Your thing made me think of this movie. It's like a Disney movie. Oh, the Sword in the Stone, which came
Right.
out the year JFK was.
Ooh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I need to look into this. Man, there's so much stuff too. There's so much stuff to look into with the sword and the stone, like Arthur, and then you have this.
Oh, they give me the hotel.
You know, there was actually a wrestling character named Excalibur as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, what an interesting concept, man. A sword stuck in a stone. You know, they
There
even
was.
played this. They even played
Okay.
this scenario out live on WWE TV once too with McIntyre.
Oh, they did. Oh, did they?
They did, yeah. They played this same scenario. They had McIntyre's sword be stolen, and it was stuck inside of a table, and the other guys couldn't get it out. But then when he came, he got his sword out.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there could be another thing too with like the round table and like the wheel,
Oh yeah, good connection. Yeah.
and even also with like the Travis Scott, um, the Ferris wheel was a big part of his concert. Astro World wheel. It's just a big symbol of it. You know what I mean?
Right. It looks a lot like that. And remember, in Leave the World Behind, they gave us a QR code that pointed us to a place in West Virginia with that Ferris wheel.
All right.
Oh, and by the way, type in Bill Walton's full name equals 128.
I saw that. I was gonna mention that. Or
William Theodore Walton III.
oh, and this was the day of the Astroworld event, 11/5.
Yeah. Yeah. Big day. His name equals the
Oh,
bridge.
1919. Dude, that's crazy, dude, because so I told you I was kind of like nervous about me being on the train because it was like all that stuff that kept happening in current time, like the current affairs where the train founder, he died at age 58, and I kid you not, like my train ticket was $58 exactly, there and back. And then the thing with the 321, like the airline, the 321 airline.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember how I told you how like the Ohio train derailment, how that was like such a big part of like I don't know, just really like changed the course of like my whole life pretty much, because that's when I had the big synchronicity. You remember when I shared that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So from the train derailment to the Ohio train derailment, because again I got 1377 followers that day. To the day that I left. What was it? Hold on, let me look it up real quick. I told Casey too. That was crazy. Sorry. Oh, okay. So I was thinking about what was it? Oh, okay. So I was thinking about the Singapore flight, because remember how I said that Jupiter is 32 equals 321,
Mm-hmm.
and then that flight was SQ321. So again, Jupiter is exalted where Sirius is, the middle degree of or it's exalted where Sirius is located, the 104th degree. And again, that's in Cancer. So I went from so again, Sirius is at the 104th degree of the ecliptic. So the 104th degree of the ecliptic. So I remember that the Super Bowl ended the 104th season, right? The one that just passed. And from that day, and I watched the Super Bowl. I watched the Super Bowl in San Diego where I was going. So that was it was the 25th. So yeah, it was 104 days from Super Bowl 58, which is ended the 104th season. But it was also a span of 3 months, 2 weeks, and 1 day.
Huh.
So I was like, oh man, like this stuff
Wow.
is weird. Yeah. And I remember how the game ended
1919.
Yeah, 1919. And then I remember like that whole thing with the train derailment synchronicity that I had. I always remember it being crazy because they were calling that the Chernobyl of the Midwest. And from the actual Chernobyl to that train derailment was 1919 weeks.
Right.
And now I'm finding out that this guy equals 1919 and he died of cancer. Well, yeah, like while I was in San Diego. And
you know what's crazy right now? I just happened to open my phone and I had my YouTube, my back office opened, where I can see how many subscribers I have, like the actual number count.
Oh yeah.
Guess how many I have, man?
6,000 666? No, you have more than that.
No, it connects to the 1919 perfectly. So think about it.
Oh man.
6767.
Oh shoot.
That's crazy,
Wow.
man. I just happened to look at my phone right now when I'm at 6767.
Wow. That is crazy. But
just as you were talking about 1919.
yeah, but this is like really tripping me out because this guy, like I remember, I don't know if I went as in depth, in yours and mine conversation on Discord, but like I remember I was like telling Casey, I was like, dude, like I've been thinking about the single port flight that was 321 SQ 321, and like I mentioned, 71 people got injured. This guy dies at age 71 of cancer. And I was mentioning like all this stuff about Jupiter. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer.
Yeah, man, it's really insane. Like as soon as I saw that he died and he was from San Diego and I was writing you, I was like, oh my goodness. There has to be a huge organic connection here.
Yeah, and then oh yeah, this is another thing I was kind of tripping out about because it was exactly 457 months after Chernobyl.
Yeah, that's right.
So I was like, man. And 1987 is interesting because it's without the end date, it was 1987 weeks.
Yeah, that 457 is also really interesting, you know, like something about that number because it's the 88th prime and
oh yeah.
And wasn't I born? I think that's what I always think of because my name equals 457 and then I was born on the 457 birthday of King James, I think, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
that's
Casey's saying San Diego Padres, the fathers, like Saturn is the father of time. Capricorn starts 12/21. And yeah, my dad was a Capricorn too, which is interesting.
Abba. Yeah. Abba means father.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Wow, that's dang. Those are kind of things. See, oh man, like I don't know how Casey comes up with this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
That's
man.
funny. But there was another thing that I saw that was interesting about what's it called? His name. So it's 12/22. This is so interesting because I guess I could show the slide. I actually meant I was kind of writing it. I was gonna show Adam, but we didn't really get a chance to get into it. But 5/26. Did he die on 5/26?
No, 5/27 when he died.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Pretty close though.
I'll see Casey. I think it's Casey saying bye.
See you, Casey.
Oh,
Take
he's saying
care.
bye. He's saying bye to Gigi. I think because Gigi's gonna go. Thanks for everything, Gigi. Be sorry for anything. So, well, yeah, the 5/26 is interesting because so the 526 prime is 3779. That's the 12th and 22nd primes, and 12/22 is also 9/11 plus 3/11, like the two emergencies we've had.
Right.
And I remember that tied into Messi because, well, first of all, 12/22 is 7:42 minutes into the day, but from the opening of the World Trade Center to 9/11, it was split between 742 weeks, and that's when Messi was born. So that's why that 1987 is interesting because that's the year. So it was 1987 weeks from Chernobyl to when I took the train, and his name Bill William Theodore Walton equals 12/22 in primes.
Plus
So,
he
like,
has that. Plus he has that 87 connection. He died on the 87th anniversary. You say the year 1987, like 87.
oh shoot,
right?
yeah,
So
that is true too.
his name even equals 187 in one of those ciphers.
Yeah. So I gotta look more into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say. So I think I'm gonna get my call soon.
Okay.
Did you want to say anything before we sign out? We've had a lot of people on. This is cool. Thank you guys for staying. It's a lot for me. it's still a lot for me, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, 20 people still. Good.
Yeah, a lot for me.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you guys so much in the chat for coming over to Sean's channel. Make sure you give him a like. Make sure you give him a subscribe. And
Thank you for doing that.
Thanks for as always for letting me on here, and I enjoy this a lot. If it wasn't so late, I'd stay on longer, but just getting so tired at this point. But we'll do it again, and yeah, man, I'm glad that we were able to do it, and I'm glad that we were also able to get Adam on here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and Casey was adding some gems in as well in the chat. So
yeah, and sorry for I guess anyone I wasn't able to get to like earlier. Yeah, it's hard because I feel like time just goes by so fast, and then everyone's dropping so much gold, and then I want to get to it all, but yeah, I think we'll definitely do another stream where it's just yeah, just like another freestyle thing just from the get-go, and we'll be able to just interact a lot more.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for everybody again. And again, thank you, Kodi, for being here and just making my work better, and everybody else too. So are you gonna be on tomorrow, or are you gonna stream tomorrow?
I'm not sure yet. I only have an hour left of streaming, so
Oh
I
man.
think I might save it up for if there's an event, and I might just release a video tomorrow of the information I already showed you
Right.
about the double or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And if I find more, I might add to that. But I think that information deserves a video on my channel. So
Yeah.
hopefully people will watch it. My views are down a bit, but hopefully,
The double. I was gonna say that double or nothing thing is kind of making me think of 9/11 a little bit, because it's like double
Right.
or nothing. I don't know if there's anything to that.
That probably is. Yeah, I should probably add. I think I'm going to add more to it, but
Yeah, but you already. I mean, I might have maybe I overlooked it, but you were also connecting that to like the theme stuff, or with the theme of the Wheel of Fortune, right? Like how you pressing your luck, double or nothing.
yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of connections with all those type of things. The fortunes, the gambling, the poker, the all that type of stuff. So yeah, I think there's way more to it. I'm just trying to. Maybe I'll just try to just release a normal video tomorrow, not a live, just a normal video. So
Yeah, sounds good.
much
Oh,
love,
okay.
Joseph.
I was gonna say, oh yeah, Joseph, thanks for being here, man. But yeah, I was
You're
just gonna
doing
say, like,
well, brother.
after the 88. Okay, I'm just gonna mention it real quick. So yeah, I mean, that's crazy that I took that train ride exactly 457 weeks or whatever after Chernobyl, and then like that's the 88th prime, and 1919 is the eighth primes, and 128 is 88 minutes, or 128 a.m. is 88 minutes into the day.
Yeah, good point.
Dang, just
And
yeah,
he equals 88 too. You see the 88 at the
yeah,
bottom.
yeah. Man, I gotta really look into this. But yeah, okay, so I'll let you go.
All right, man. Well, thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you for being here. And again, thanks for everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Talk to you guys later. Hope you
Peace
guys
out,
have a good day.
everyone.
All right. See you guys.